Last Day of a Condemned, Chapter 1, First Paper, by Victor Hugo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bicêtre Prison. Condemned to death! These 5 weeks have I dwelt with this idea, always alone with it, always frozen by its presence, always bent under its weight. Formerly, for it seems to me rather years than weeks since I was free, I was a being like any other. Every day, every hour, every minute had its idea. My mind, youthful and rich, was full of fancies, which it developed successively, without order or aim, but weaving inexhaustible arabesques on the poor and coarse web of life. Sometimes it was of youthful beauties, sometimes of unbounded possessions, then of battles gained, next of theatres full of sound and light, and then again the young beauties, and shadowy walks at night beneath spreading chestnut trees. There was a perpetual revel in my imagination. I might think on what I chose. I was free. But now I am a captive. Bodily in irons in a dungeon, and mentally imprisoned in one idea, one horrible, one hideous, one unconquerable idea. I have only one thought, one conviction, one certitude. Condemned to death. Whatever I do, that frightful thought is always here, like a spectre, beside me, solitary and jealous, banishing all else, haunting me forever, and shaking me with its 2 icy hands whenever I wish to turn my head away or close my eyes. It glides into all forms in which my mind seeks to shun it, mixes itself, like a horrible chant, with all the words which are addressed to me, presses against me even to the odious gratings of my prison. It haunts me while awake, spies on my convulsive slumbers, and reappears, a vivid incubus, in my dreams. I have just started from a troubled sleep in which I was pursued by this thought, and I made an effort to say to myself, "Oh, it was but a dream!" Well, even before my heavy eyes could read the fatal truth in the dreadful reality which surrounds me, on the damp and reeking dungeon walls, in the pale rays of my night lamp, in the rough material of my prison garb, on the sombre visage of the sentry, whose cap gleams through the grating of the door, it seems to me that already a voice has murmured in my ear, "Condemned to death." End of Last Day of the Condemned, Chapter 1, by Victor Hugo. Read by TriciaG.
Chapter 1 of A Tale of Two Cities. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. Book the First. Recalled to Life. Chapter 1. The Period. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We had nothing before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. In short, the period was so far like the present period that some of its noisiest authorities insisted on its being received, for good or for evil, in the superlative degree of comparison only. There were a king with a large jaw and a queen with a plain face on the throne of England. There were a king with a large jaw and a queen with a fair face on the throne of France. In both countries it was clearer than crystal to the lords of the state preserves of loaves and fishes that things in general were settled forever. It was the year of our Lord 1775. Spiritual revelations were conceded to England at that favored period, as at this. Mrs. Southcote had recently attained her 25th blessed birthday, of whom a prophetic private in the Life Guards had heralded the sublime appearance by announcing that arrangements were made for the swallowing up of London and Westminster. Even the Cock Lane ghost had been laid only a round dozen of years, after rapping out its messages, as the spirits of this very year last past, supernaturally deficient in originality, rapped out theirs. Mere messages in the earthly order of events had lately come to the English crown and people from a congress of British subjects in America, which, strange to relate, have proved more important to the human race than any communications yet received through any of the chickens of the Cock Lane brood. France, less favored on the whole as to matters spiritual than her sister of the shield and trident, rolled with exceeding smoothness downhill, making paper money and spending it. Under the guidance of her Christian pastors, she entertained herself, besides, with such humane achievements as sentencing a youth to have his hands cut off, his tongue torn out with pincers, and his body burned alive, because he had not kneeled down in the rain to do honor to a dirty procession of monks which passed within his view at a distance of some 50 or 60 yards. It is likely enough that, rooted in the woods of France and Norway, there were growing trees, when that sufferer was put to death, already marked by the woodman, Fate, to come down and be sawn into boards, to make a certain movable framework with a sack and a knife in it, terrible in history. It is likely enough that in the rough outhouses of some tillers of the heavy lands adjacent to Paris, there were sheltered from the weather that very day rude carts, bespattered with rustic mire, snuffed about by pigs, and roosted in by poultry, which the farmer, Death, had already set apart to be his tumbrils of the Revolution. But that woodman and that farmer, though they work unceasingly, work silently, and no one heard them as they went about with muffled tread, the rather, forasmuch as to entertain any suspicion that they were awake, was to be atheistical and traitorous. In England there was scarcely an amount of order and protection to justify much national boasting. Daring burglaries by armed men and highway robberies took place in the capital itself every night. Families were publicly cautioned not to go out of town without removing their furniture to upholsterers' warehouses for security. The highwayman in the dark was a city tradesman in the light, and being recognized and challenged by his fellow tradesmen, whom he stopped in his character of the captain, gallantly shot him through the head and rode away. The mail was waylaid by 7 robbers, and the guard shot 3 dead, and then got shot dead himself by the other 4, in consequence of the failure of his ammunition, after which the mail was robbed in peace. That magnificent potentate, the Lord Mayor of London, was made to stand and deliver on Turnham Green by one highwayman, who despoiled the illustrious creature in sight of all his retinue. Prisoners in London jails fought battles with their turnkeys, and the majesty of the law fired blunderbusses in among them, loaded with rounds of shot and ball. Thieves snipped off diamond crosses from the necks of noble lords at court drawing-rooms. Musketeers went into St. Giles's to search for contraband goods, and the mob fired on the musketeers, and the musketeers fired on the mob, and nobody thought any of these occurrences much out of the common way. In the midst of them the hangman, ever busy and ever worse than useless, was in constant requisition, now stringing up long rows of miscellaneous criminals, now hanging a housebreaker on Saturday who had been taken on Tuesday, now burning people in the hand at Newgate by the dozen, and now burning pamphlets at the door of Westminster Hall, today taking the life of an atrocious murderer, and tomorrow of a wretched pilferer who had robbed a farmer's boy of 6d. All these things, and 1,000 like them, came to pass in and close upon the dear old year 1775. Environed by them, while the woodman and the farmer worked unheeded, those 2 of the large jaws, and those other 2 of the plain and the fair faces, trod with stir enough, and carried their divine rights with a high hand. Thus did the year 1775 conduct their greatnesses, and myriads of small creatures, the creatures of this chronicle among the rest, along the roads that lay before them. End of Chapter 1. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Birdseye Views of Far Lands. Chapter 1. The Land of Opposites, China, by James T. Nichols. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A half-century ago, the world laughed at Jules Verne for imagining that it would ever be possible to go around the world in 80 days. It was not until years later that Nellie Bly, a reporter, actually encircled the globe in that space of time. Now we are dreaming of making such a journey in 10 days, and our aeroplanes are flying at a rate of speed that would take one around the world in 8 days. At this hour, thousands of young men can handle these flyers as easily and with almost as little danger as they can handle an automobile. With aerial mail routes already established in many countries, it will not be long until mail service by aeroplane will be established around the world. This book is a series of bird's-eye views of far lands, something the same as one would see on a flying visit to various countries. In this way it will be possible to get glimpses of countries on every continent in one small volume, and thus give interesting and valuable information about countries and peoples in all parts of the world. Young people especially are in the mind of the writer, as most of the information was secured by rambling through these countries and rubbing elbows with the common people. It will be difficult to keep from using the personal pronoun quite often. It is fitting that our first view be of China, which is one of the oldest civilizations on the earth. This great agricultural people have tilled the same soil for 40 centuries, and in most cases it yet produces more per acre than the soil of perhaps any other country. The Chinese are a great people, although they are just awakening from a sleep that has lasted 20 centuries or more. Yet the world can learn many valuable lessons from them. They used to embody the genius of the world, and even yet have skill along certain lines that is simply amazing. Many of the great inventions that have blessed the world and which we are using today were wrought out by these people, and it will not be out of place here to recount some of their achievements. The Chinese invented printing 500 years before Caxton was born, and the Peking Gazette is said to be the oldest newspaper in the world. They invented paper nearly 18 centuries ago, and had books hundreds of years before the days of Gutenberg. They invented the compass 20 centuries before Jesus was born in Bethlehem. They invented gunpowder ages ago, and were the first people to use firearms. They used banknotes and bills of exchange long before other nations, and the modern adding machine is founded upon a principle which has been used by them 1,000 years. They discovered the process of rearing the silkworm, and they dressed in silk, when our forefathers wore clothing made of the skins of animals. The writer has crossed the Atlantic more than 12 times on ships with watertight compartments, a so-called modern safety device. But the Chinese had watertight compartments in their junks hundreds of years before modern steamships were ever dreamed about. To the Chinese we must credit the making of asbestos, the manufacture of lacquer, the carving of ivory, and many other important industries. Even today they make the finest dishes and the best pottery. At one time they built a tower 256 feet high, entirely of porcelain. Ages ago, they dug the longest and in some respects the greatest canal ever dug on earth, the Grand Canal of China, which was 1,000 miles long, and some of which is in use to this day. They built the Great Wall of China, which was 1,500 miles in length, and which was a greater undertaking than the building of the pyramids of Egypt. The Chinese were the first people to coin money in a mint, the first to have a standard of weights and measures, the first to have a system of marking time. They had a celestial globe, an observatory, and noted the movements of heavenly bodies more than 4,000 years ago. A Chinaman was the first to distill and use intoxicating liquor, and for this he was dismissed from the public service by the ruler, who said, "This will cost someone a kingdom some day." They are industrious, resourceful, and skillful, and should they become warriors and introduce modern methods and instruments of warfare, the world would be up against the most frightful peril of all ages. Napoleon Bonaparte said of China, "Yonder sleeps a mighty giant, and when it awakens it will make the whole world tremble." The Chinese are one of the strongest races of people in existence. They have only been conquered twice, but in both cases they absorbed their conquerors and made Chinese of them. Although old, out of date, and slow, they have principles in their civilization that will last as long as time, and China will be a great nation long after some of the so-called great nations now in existence are forgotten. With the exception of Russia, as it was before the World War, the Chinese Empire is perhaps the largest the world has ever known. Its population comprises 1/4 of the human race. If the single state of Texas were as densely populated as at least one of the provinces of China, there would be living in this one state more than 200 million people, or nearly twice as many people as are now living in the whole United States. The resources of this great country are almost boundless. There is said to be coal enough in China to furnish the whole world fuel for 1,000 years. While in China, I was told of one mountain that has 5 veins of coal that can be seen without throwing a shovelful of dirt. Some years ago, the German government investigated the iron resources of China, and published the fact that they are the finest in the world. This, no doubt, explains one reason why Germany was trying to get a foothold in China. But in agriculture the Chinese shine. As noted above, they have tilled the same soil for 4,000 years. Some of this soil, too, is very thin and poor, but it produces as well today as it did 1,000 years ago. While most of their methods are the oldest and crudest that can be found, yet in some other ways the whole world can learn lessons from them. They use fertilizer in the form of liquid, and put it on the growing plant rather than on the soil as we do. The farmer will feed his plants with the same regularity and care that our farmers feed and care for their horses and cattle. Every drop of urine and every particle of night soil is preserved for fertilizer. This is saved in earthen jars, gathered mostly by women each morning. A Chinese contractor paid the city of Shanghai $31,000 in gold in a single year for the privilege of collecting the human waste and selling it to the farmers around near the city. Where a beast of burden is at work, a boy or girl is near with a long-handled dipper ready to catch the urine and droppings as they fall. In China, the farmers have always been held in high esteem. While the scholar is highest, the farmer is second on the list in the social scale. It is interesting to know that the soldier is fifth or last on the list because his work is to destroy rather than to build up. The hoe is an emblem of honor in China. For hundreds of years the emperor, with his nobles, went every spring to the temple of agriculture to offer sacrifice. After this ceremony they all went to a field near the temple and paid honor to the tillers of the soil. At a yellow-painted plow, to which was hitched a cow or buffalo, with a yellow-robed peasant leading, the emperor, dressed as a farmer, put his hand to the plow and turned 9 furrows across the field, while bands of musicians chanted the praises of agriculture. Even the empress set the example of honest agricultural toil by picking the leaves from the mulberry trees early each spring to be fed to silkworms. All China is a network of canals, and the Chinese are a race of irrigators. Both men and women stand from daylight until dark, walking on a sort of a windlass, turning an endless chain with buckets on it, one end of which is in the canal and the other end up on the bank, pumping the water up to flood the rice fields or irrigate the growing crops. No people toil harder or more earnestly than do these simple people. While they grow an abundance of vegetables, yet rice and tea are the greatest products of China. The great rivers of the empire are so liable to disastrous floods that in many of the lower lands the people content themselves with fishing and raising geese and ducks. A duck farm is most interesting. A large shed by the river or raft will serve as a shelter for the night. The farmer, of course, sleeps in this shed. Early in the morning he opens the door and out come the ducks. At night they return from every direction, scrambling over each other to get in. The Chinaman sits near the door with a long bamboo pole, herding them in. He even trains drakes to assist him, and they care for the flock something like a good shepherd dog will care for sheep. The Chinese do nearly everything backward or opposite from the way we do it. The reading in their books begins at the end. Instead of across the page, the lines are up and down, with footnotes at the top. The Chinaman laughs at a funeral and cries at a wedding. He beckons you to come when he wants you to go away. Instead of shaking his friend's hand and greeting him, he shakes his own hands. When he gets puzzled, instead of scratching his head as we do, he kicks off his shoe and scratches the bottom of his foot. When he gets mad at another, he kills himself, imagining that his dead spirit will haunt the enemy and make life miserable for him. Men often do crochet work, while women dig ditches and drive piling. Men wear petticoats, and women wear trousers. The Chinese launch ships sideways. Their compass points to the south. In building a house, they make the roof first, and the foundation is the last thing they put in. The key in the door turns backward to lock it. The kitchen is in the front, while the best room is in the back of the house. When a Chinaman sprinkles clothes for ironing purposes, he uses his mouth as the sprinkler. I never had a collar washed in China that was not ironed wrong side out. He pays the doctor when he is well, and stops the pay the moment he gets sick. You can almost bank on a Chinaman doing anything the opposite from the way you do it, and he laughs at your way as much as you do at his. End of Birdseye Views of Far Lands, Chapter 1, by James T. Nichols.
Iracema, Honey Lips, Chapter 1, by José de Alencar, translated by Lady Isabel Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wild green seas of my native land, where sings the jandaia bird in the fronds of the carnaúba palm. Green seas which sparkle like liquid emerald in the rays of the orient sun as you stretch along the snowy beaches shaded by the cocoa tree. Be still, ye green seas, and gently smooth the impetuous wave, that yon venturesome bark may softly glide over thy waters. Where goes that hardy jangada raft, which rapidly flies from the Ceará coast, with her broad sails spread to the fresh breeze of land? Where goes it, like the white halcyon, seeking his native rock in the ocean solitudes? Three beings breathe upon that fragile plank, which scuds so swiftly out, far into the open sea. A warrior youth, whose pale skin betokens that the blood of the Indians does not color his veins. A child, and a mastiff, who both first saw the light in the cradle of the forest, and who sport like brothers, the sons of the same savage soil. The intermittent breathing of the shore waft an echo, which rising high above the ripple of the waves sounds forth, Iracema. The young warrior, leaning against the mast, raises his eyes, which are fixed upon the fleeting outline of the shadowy shore. From time to time his sight becomes dim, and a tear falls upon the girau bench, where frolic the two innocents, the companions of his misfortune. At such moments his soul flies to his lips in a bitter smile. What left he in that land of exile? A tale which they told me on the beautiful plains that saw my birth during the hush of night, whilst the moon, sailing through the heavens, silvered the prairies, whilst the breezes murmured amid the palm groves. The wind freshens. The surf rolls in higher billows. The bark leaps upon the waves, disappears on the horizon. Wide yawns the waste of waters. The storm broods, condor-like, with dusky wings over the abyss. God keep thee safe, stout bark, amidst the boiling billows. God steer thee to some friendly bide. May softer breezes waft thee, and for thee may the calm jasper seas be like plains of milk. But whilst thou sailest thus, at the mercy of the winds, graceful bark, waft back to that white beach some of the yearning that accompanies thee, but which may not leave the land to which it returns. End of Iracema, Honey Lips, Chapter 1, by José de Alencar, translated by Lady Isabel Burton.
Jane Eyre, Chapter 1, by Charlotte Bronte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was no possibility of taking a walk that day. We had been wandering, indeed, in the leafless shrubbery an hour in the morning, but since dinner, Mrs. Reed, when there was no company, dined early, the cold winter wind had brought with it clouds so sombre, and a rain so penetrating, that further outdoor exercise was now out of the question. I was glad of it. I never liked long walks, especially on chilly afternoons. Dreadful to me was the coming home in the raw twilight, with nipped fingers and toes, and a heart saddened by the chidings of Bessie, the nurse, and humbled by the consciousness of my physical inferiority to Eliza, John, and Georgiana Reed. The said Eliza, John, and Georgiana were now clustered round their mamma in the drawing-room. She lay reclined on a sofa by the fireside, and with her darlings about her, for the time neither quarrelling nor crying, looked perfectly happy. Me she had dispensed from joining the group, saying, she regretted to be under the necessity of keeping me at a distance, but that until she heard from Bessie, and could discover by her own observation, that I was endeavouring in good earnest to acquire a more sociable and childlike disposition, a more attractive and sprightly manner, something lighter, franker, more natural, as it were, she really must exclude me from privileges intended only for contented, happy little children. "What does Bessie say I have done?" I asked. "Jane, I don't like cavillers or questioners. Besides, there is something truly forbidding in a child taking up her elders in that manner. Be seated somewhere, and until you can speak pleasantly, remain silent." A breakfast-room adjoined the drawing-room. I slipped in there. It contained a bookcase. I soon possessed myself of a volume, taking care that it should be one stored with pictures. I mounted into the window-seat. Gathering up my feet, I sat cross-legged like a Turk, and having drawn the red moreen curtain nearly close, I was shrined in double retirement. Folds of scarlet drapery shut in my view to the right hand. To the left were the clear panes of glass, protecting, but not separating me from the drear November day. At intervals, while turning over the leaves of my book, I studied the aspect of that winter afternoon. Afar it offered a pale blank of mist and cloud. Near a scene of wet lawn and storm-beat shrub, with ceaseless rain sweeping away wildly before a long and lamentable blast. I returned to my book, Bewick's History of British Birds. The letterpress thereof I cared little for, generally speaking, and yet there were certain introductory pages that, child as I was, I could not pass quite as a blank. They were those which treat of the haunts of sea-fowl, of the solitary rocks and promontories by them only inhabited, of the coast of Norway, studded with isles from its southern extremity, the Lindeness or Naze to the North Cape, where the northern ocean in vast whirls boils round the naked melancholy isles, of farthest Thule, and the Atlantic surge pours in among the stormy Hebrides. Nor could I pass unnoticed the suggestion of the bleak shores of Lapland, Siberia, Spitzbergen, Nova Zembla, Iceland, Greenland, with the vast sweep of the Arctic zone, and those forlorn regions of dreary space, that reservoir of frost and snow, where firm fields of ice, the accumulation of centuries of winters, glazed in alpine heights above heights, surround the pole, and concentre the multiplied rigours of extreme cold. Of these death-white realms I formed an idea of my own, shadowy, like all the half-comprehended notions that float dim through children's brains, but strangely impressive. The words in these introductory pages connected themselves with the succeeding vignettes, and gave significance to the rock standing up alone in a sea of billow and spray, to the broken boat stranded on a desolate coast, to the cold and ghastly moon glancing through bars of cloud at a wreck just sinking. I cannot tell what sentiment haunted the quite solitary churchyard with its inscribed headstone, its gate, its 2 trees, its low horizon, girdled by a broken wall, and its newly risen crescent, attesting the hour of eventide. The 2 ships becalmed on a torpid sea, I believed to be marine phantoms. The fiend pinning down the thief's pack behind him I passed over quickly. It was an object of terror. So was the black horned thing seated aloof on a rock, surveying a distant crowd surrounding a gallows. Each picture told a story, mysterious often to my undeveloped understanding and imperfect feelings, yet ever profoundly interesting, as the tales Bessie sometimes narrated on winter evenings, when she chanced to be in good humour, and when, having brought her ironing-table to the nursery hearth, she allowed us to sit about it, and while she got up Mrs. Reed's lace frills and crimped her nightcap borders, fed our eager attention with passages of love and adventure taken from old fairy tales and other ballads, or, as at a later period I discovered, from the pages of Pamela and Henry, Earl of Morland. With Bewick on my knee I was then happy at least in my way. I feared nothing but interruption, and that came too soon. The breakfast-room door opened. "Bah, Madam Mope!" cried the voice of John Reed. Then he paused. He found the room apparently empty. "Where the dickens is she?" he continued. "Lizzie! Georgie!" calling to his sisters. "Jane is not here. Tell mamma she has run out into the rain. Bad animal!" It is well I drew the curtain, thought I, and I wished fervently he might not discover my hiding-place, nor would John Reed have found it out himself. He was not quick either of vision or conception. But Eliza just put her head in at the door and said at once, "She is in the window-seat, to be sure, Jack." And I came out immediately, for I trembled at the idea of being dragged forth by the said Jack. "What do you want?" I asked, with awkward diffidence. "Say, what do you want, Master Reed?" was the answer. "I want you to come here." And, seating himself in an armchair, he intimated by a gesture that I was to approach and stand before him. John Reed was a schoolboy of 14 years old, 4 years older than I, for I was but 10, large and stout for his age, with a dingy and unwholesome skin, thick lineaments in a spacious visage, heavy limbs, and large extremities. He gorged himself habitually at table, which made him bilious, and gave him a dim and bleared eye and flabby cheeks. He ought now to have been at school, but his mamma had taken him home for a month or 2, on account of his delicate health. Mr. Miles, the master, affirmed that he would do very well if he had fewer cakes and sweetmeats sent him from home, but the mother's heart turned from an opinion so harsh, and inclined rather to the more refined idea that John's sallowness was owing to over-application, and, perhaps, to pining after home. John had not much affection for his mother and sisters, and an antipathy to me. He bullied and punished me, not 2 or 3 times in the week, nor once or twice in the day, but continually. Every nerve I had feared him, and every morsel of flesh in my bones shrank when he came near. There were moments when I was bewildered by the terror he inspired, because I had no appeal whatever against either his menaces or his inflictions. The servants did not like to offend their young master by taking my part against him, and Mrs. Reed was blind and deaf on the subject. She never saw him strike or heard him abuse me, though he did both now and then in her very presence, more frequently, however, behind her back. Habitually obedient to John, I came up to his chair. He spent some 3 minutes in thrusting out his tongue at me as far as he could without damaging the roots. I knew he would soon strike, and while dreading the blow, I mused on the disgusting and ugly appearance of him who would presently deal it. I wonder if he read that notion in my face, for all at once, without speaking, he struck suddenly and strongly. I tottered, and on retaining my equilibrium retired back a step or two from his chair. "That is for your impudence in answering mamma a while since," said he, "and for your sneaking way of getting behind curtains, and for the look you had in your eyes 2 minutes since, you rat." Accustomed to John Reed's abuse, I never had an idea of replying to it. My care was how to endure the blow which would certainly follow the insult. "What were you doing behind the curtain?" he asked. "I was reading." "Show the book." I returned to the window and fetched it thence. "You have no business to take our books. You are a dependent, mamma says. You have no money. Your father left you none. You ought to beg, and not to live here with gentlemen's children like us, and eat the same meals we do, and wear clothes at our mamma's expense. Now I'll teach you to rummage my bookshelves, for they are mine. All the house belongs to me, or will do in a few years. Go and stand by the door, out of the way of the mirror and the windows." I did so, not at first aware what was his intention, but when I saw him lift and poise the book and stand in act to hurl it, I instinctively started aside with a cry of alarm. Not soon enough, however. The volume was flung, it hit me, and I fell, striking my head against the door and cutting it. The cut bled, the pain was sharp. My terror had passed its climax. Other feelings succeeded. "Wicked and cruel boy," I said, "you are like a murderer. You are like a slave-driver. You are like the Roman emperors." I had read Goldsmith's History of Rome, and had formed my opinion of Nero, Caligula, etc. Also I had drawn parallels in silence, which I never thought thus to have declared aloud. "What? What?" he cried. "Did she say that to me? Did you hear her, Eliza and Georgiana? Won't I tell mamma? But first—" He ran headlong at me. I felt him grasp my hair and my shoulder. He had closed with a desperate thing. I really saw in him a tyrant, a murderer. I felt a drop or two of blood from my head trickle down my neck, and was sensible of somewhat pungent suffering. These sensations for the time predominated over fear, and I received him in frantic sort. I don't very well know what I did with my hands, but he called me rat, rat, and bellowed out aloud. Aid was near him. Eliza and Georgiana had run for Mrs. Reed, who was gone upstairs. She now came upon the scene, followed by Bessie and her maid Abbot. We were parted. I heard the words, "Dear, dear, what a fury to fly at Master John! Did anybody ever see such a picture of passion?" Then Mrs. Reed subjoined, "Take her away to the Red Room, and lock her in there." 4 hands were immediately laid upon me, and I was borne upstairs. End of Jane Eyre, Chapter 1, by Charlotte Bronte. Read by Arielle Lipshaw.
Noite na taverna, capítulo 1. Uma noite do século, de Álvares de Azevedo. Esta é uma gravação LibriVox. Todas as gravações LibriVox estão em domínio público. Para mais informações ou para ser um voluntário, por favor visite LibriVox.org. Bebamos, nenhum canto de saudade. Morrem na embriaguez da vida as dores. Que importam sonhos, ilusões desfeitas? Fenecem como as flores. José Bonifácio. Silêncio, moços. Acabai com essas cantilenas horríveis. Não vedes que as mulheres dormem ébrias, macilentas como defuntos? Não sentis que o sono da embriaguez pesa negro naquelas pálpebras, onde a beleza sigilou os olhares da volúpia? Cala-te, Johann. Enquanto as mulheres dormem, e Arnold, o louro, cambaleia e adormece, murmurando as canções de orgia de Tieck, que música mais bela que o alarido da Saturnal? Quando as nuvens correm negras no céu, como um bando de corvos errantes, e a lua desmaia como a luz de uma lâmpada sobre a alvura de uma beleza que dorme, que melhor noite que a passada ao reflexo das taças? És um louco, Bertrand. Não é a lua que lá vai macilenta, é o relâmpago que passa e ri de escárnio às agonias do povo que morre, aos soluços que seguem as mortalhas do cólera. O cólera, e que importa? Não há por ora vida bastante nas veias do homem? Não borbulha a febre ainda as ondas do vinho? Não reluz em todo o seu fogo a lâmpada da vida na lanterna do crânio? Vinho! Vinho! Não vês que as taças estão vazias? Bebemos o vácuo como um sonâmbulo. Elfistismo na embriaguez. Espiritualista, bebe a imaterialidade da embriaguez. Oh, vazio! Meu copo está vazio. Olá, taverneira! Não vês que as garrafas estão esgotadas? Não sabes, desgraçada, que os lábios da garrafa são como os da mulher? Só valem beijos, enquanto o fogo do vinho ou o fogo do amor os borrifa de lava. O vinho acabou-se nos copos, Bertrand, mas o fumo ondula ainda nos cachimbos. Após os vapores do vinho, os vapores da fumaça. Senhores, em nome de todas as nossas reminiscências, de todos os nossos sonhos que mentiram, de todas as nossas esperanças que desbotaram, uma última saúde. A taverneira aí nos trouxe mais vinho, uma saúde, o fumo e a imagem do idealismo, e o transunto de tudo quanto há mais vaporoso naquele espiritualismo que nos fala da imortalidade da alma, e pois, ao fumo das Antilhas, a imortalidade da alma. Bravo, bravo! Um urra tríplice respondeu ao moço meio ébrio. Um conviva se ergueu entre a vozeria. Contrastavam-lhe com as faces de moço as rugas da fronte e a rouxidão dos lábios convulsos. Por entre os cabelos prateava-se-lhe o reflexo das luzes do festim. Falou: calai-vos, malditos! A imortalidade da alma? Pobres doidos! E porque a alma é bela, porque não concebeis que esse ideal possa tornar-se em lodo e podridão, como as faces belas da virgem morta, não podeis crer que ele morra? Doidos! Nunca velada levastes, porventura, uma noite, à cabeceira de um cadáver? E então não duvidastes que ele não era morto, que aquele peito e aquela fronte iam palpitar de novo, aquelas pálpebras iam abrir-se, que era apenas o ópio do sono que emudecia aquele homem? Imortalidade da alma! E por que também não sonhar a das flores, a das brisas, a dos perfumes? Oh, não, 1000 vezes! A alma não é como a lua, sempre moça, nua e bela em sua virgindade eterna. A vida não é mais que a reunião ao acaso das moléculas atraídas. O que era um corpo de mulher vai porventura transformar-se num cipreste ou numa nuvem de miasmas. O que era um corpo do verme vai alvejar-se no cálice da flor ou na fronte da criança mais loira e bela. Como Schiller o disse, o átomo da inteligência de Platão foi talvez para o coração de um ser impuro. Por isso eu vos direi: se entendeis a imortalidade pela metempsicose, bem, talvez eu a creia um pouco. Pelo platonismo, não. Solfieri, és um insensato. O materialismo é árido como o deserto, é escuro como um túmulo. A nós, frontes queimadas pelo mormaço do sol da vida, a nós, sobre cuja cabeça a velhice regelou os cabelos, essas crenças frias, a nós, os sonhos do espiritualismo. Arquibald, deveras que é um sonho tudo isso. No outro tempo, o sonho da minha cabeceira era o espírito puro, ajoelhado no seu manto argênteo, num oceano de aromas e luzes. Ilusões! A realidade é a febre do libertino, a taça na mão, a lascívia nos lábios e a mulher seminua, trêmula e palpitante sobre os joelhos. Blasfêmia! E não crês em mais nada? Teu ceticismo derribou todas as estátuas do teu templo? Mesmo a de Deus? Deus! Crer em Deus, sim, como o grito íntimo revela nas horas frias do medo, nas horas em que se tirita de susto e que a morte parece roçar úmida por nós. Na jangada do náufrago, no cadafalso, no deserto, sempre banhado do suor frio do terror, é que vem a crença em Deus. Crer nele como a utopia do bem absoluto, o sol da luz e do amor, muito bem. mas se entendeis por ele os ídolos que os homens ergueram banhados de sangue, e o fanatismo beija em sua inanimação de mármore de há 5.000 anos, não creio nele. E os livros santos? Miséria! Quando me vierdes falar em poesia, eu vos direi: aí há folhas inspiradas pela natureza ardente daquela terra, como nem Homero as sonhou, como a humanidade inteira, ajoelhada sobre os túmulos do passado, nunca mais lembrará. Mas quando me falarem em verdades religiosas, em visões santas, nos desvarios daquele povo estúpido, eu vos direi: miséria, miséria, 3 vezes miséria. Tudo aquilo é falso. Mentiram, como as miragens do deserto. Estás ébrio, Johann. O ateísmo é a insânia, como o idealismo místico de Schelling, o panteísmo de Spinoza, o judeu, e o histerismo crente de Malebranche, nos seus sonhos da visão em Deus. A verdadeira filosofia é o epicurismo. Hume bem o disse: o fim do homem é o prazer. Daí vede que é o elemento sensível quem domina. E pois ergamo-nos, nós que amanhecemos nas noites desbotadas de estudo insano, e vimos que a ciência é falsa e esquiva, que ela mente e embriaga como um beijo de mulher. Bem, muito bem, é um toast de respeito. Quero que todos se levantem e com a cabeça descoberta digam-no ao Deus Pan da natureza, aquele que a antiguidade chamou Baco, o filho das coxas de um deus e do amor de uma mulher, e que nós chamamos melhor pelo seu nome, o vinho. Ao vinho! Ao vinho! Os copos caíram vazios na mesa. Agora ouvi-me, senhores. Entre uma saúde e uma baforada de fumaça, quando as cabeças queimam e os cotovelos se estendem na toalha molhada de vinho, como os braços do carniceiro no cepo gotejante, o que nos cabe é uma história sanguinolenta, um daqueles contos fantásticos como Hoffmann os delirava ao clarão dourado do Johannesberg. Uma história medonha, não, Archibald? Falou um moço pálido, que a esse reclamo erguera a cabeça amarelenta. Pois bem, dir-vos-ei uma história, mas quanto a essa, podeis tremer a gosto, podeis suar a frio da fronte grossas bagas de terror. Não é um conto, é uma lembrança do passado. Sou fiere, aí vens com teus sonhos. Conta. Sou fiere falou. Os mais fizeram silêncio. Fim de Noite na Taverna, capítulo 1, de Álvares de Azevedo.
Our Androcentric Culture, or The Man-Made World. Chapter 1. As to Humanness, by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Let us begin, inoffensively, with sheep. The sheep is a beast with which we are all familiar, being much used in religious imagery, the common stock of painters, a staple article of diet, one of our main sources of clothing, and an everyday symbol of bashfulness and stupidity. In some grazing regions the sheep is an object of terror, destroying grass, bush, and forest by omnipresent nibbling. On the great plains, sheep-keeping frequently results in insanity, owing to the loneliness of the shepherd and the monotonous appearance and behaviour of the sheep. By the poet, young sheep are preferred, the lamb gambolling gaily, unless it be in hymns, where all we like sheep are repeatedly described, and much stress is laid upon the straying propensities of the animal. To the scientific mind there is special interest in the sequacity of sheep, their habit of following one another with automatic imitation. This instinct, we are told, has been developed by ages of wild, crowded racing on narrow ledges, along precipices, chasms, around sudden spurs and corners, only the leaders seeing when, where, and how to jump. If those behind jumped exactly as he did, they lived.
If they stopped to exercise independent judgment, they were pushed off and perished, they and their judgment with them. All these things, and many that are similar, occur to us when we think of sheep. They are also ewes and rams. Yes, truly, but what of it? All that has been said was said of sheep, genus ovis, that bland beast, compound of mutton, wool, and foolishness so widely known. If we think of the sheep-dog, and doggess, the shepherd, and shepherdess, of the ferocious sheep-eating bird of New Zealand, the kea, and keaess, all these herd, guard, or kill the sheep, both rams and ewes alike. In regard to mutton, to wool, to general character, we think only of their sheepishness, not at all of their rammishness or ewishness. That which is ovine or bovine, canine, feline, or equine, is easily recognized as distinguishing that particular species of animal, and has no relation whatever to the sex thereof. Returning to our muttons, let us consider the ram, and wherein his character differs from the sheep. We find he has a more quarrelsome disposition. He paws the earth and makes a noise. He has a tendency to butt. So has a goat, Mr. Goat. So has Mr. Buffalo, and Mr. Moose, and Mr. Antelope. This tendency to plunge head foremost at an adversary, and to find any other gentleman an adversary on sight, evidently does not pertain to sheep, to genus ovis, but to any male creature with horns. As function comes before organ, we may even give a reminiscent glance down the long path of evolution, and see how the mere act of butting, passionately and perpetually repeated, born of the belligerent spirit of the male, produced horns. The ewe, on the other hand, exhibits love and care for her little ones, gives them milk, and tries to guard them. But so does a goat, Mrs. Goat. So does Mrs. Buffalo, and the rest. Evidently this mother instinct is no peculiarity of genus ovis, but of any female creature. Even the bird, though not a mammal, shows the same mother-love and mother-care, while the father bird, though not a butter, fights with beak and wing and spur. His competition is more effective through display. The wish to please, the need to please, the overmastering necessity upon him that he secure the favour of the female, has made the male bird blossom like a butterfly. He blazes in gorgeous plumage, rears haughty crests and combs, shows drooping wattles and dangling blobs such as the turkey-cock affords. Long splendid feathers for pure ornament appear upon him. What in her is a mere tail effect becomes in him a mass of glittering drapery. Partridge-cock, farmyard-cock, peacock, from sparrow to ostrich, observe his mien, to strut and languish, to exhibit every beauteous lure, to sacrifice ease, comfort, speed, everything, to beauty, for her sake. This is the nature of the he-bird of any species, the characteristic, not of the turkey, but of the cock. With drumming of loud wings, with crow and quack and bursts of glorious song, he woos his mate, displays his splendours before her, fights fiercely with his rivals. To butt, to strut, to make a noise, all for love's sake, these acts are common to the male. We may now generalize and clearly state, that is masculine which belongs to the male, to any or all males irrespective of species. That is feminine which belongs to the female, to any or all females irrespective of species. That is ovine, bovine, feline, canine, equine, or asinine which belongs to that species, irrespective of sex. In our own species, all this is changed. We have been so taken up with the phenomena of masculinity and femininity that our common humanity has largely escaped notice. We know we are human, naturally, and are very proud of it, but we do not consider in what our humanness consists, nor how men and women may fall short of it, or overstep its bounds, in continual insistence upon their special differences. It is manly to do this, it is womanly to do that. But what a human being should do under the circumstances is not thought of. The only time we do recognize what we call common humanity is in extreme cases, matters of life and death, when either man or woman is expected to behave as if they were also human creatures. Since the range of feeling and action proper to humanity, as such, is far wider than that proper to either sex, it seems at first somewhat remarkable that we have given it so little recognition. A little classification will help us here. We have certain qualities in common with inanimate matter, such as weight, opacity, resilience. It is clear that these are not human. We have other qualities in common with all forms of life, cellular construction, for instance, the reproduction of cells, and the need of nutrition. These again are not human. We have others, many others, common to the higher mammals, which are not exclusively ours, are not distinctively human. What then are true human characteristics? In what way is the human species distinguished from all other species? Our humanness is seen most clearly in three main lines. It is mechanical, psychical, and social. Our power to make and use things is essentially human. We alone have extra physical tools. We have added to our teeth the knife, sword, scissors, mowing machine; to our claws, the spade, harrow, plough, drill, dredge. We are a protean creature, using the larger brain power through a wide variety of changing weapons. This is one of our main and vital distinctions. Ancient animal races are traced and known by mere bones and shells, ancient human races by their buildings, tools, and utensils. That degree of development which gives us the human mind is a clear distinction of race. The savage who can count 100 is more human than the savage who can count 10. More prominent than either of these is the social nature of humanity. We are by no means the only group animal. That ancient type of industry, the ant, and even the well-worn bee, are social creatures. But insects of their kind are found living alone. Human beings never. Our humanness begins with some low form of social relation and increases as that relation develops. Human life of any sort is dependent upon what Kropotkin calls mutual aid, and human progress keeps step absolutely with that interchange of specialized services which makes society organic. The nomad, living on cattle as ants live on theirs, is less human than the farmer, raising food by intelligently applied labor, and the extension of trade and commerce, from mere village marketplaces to the world exchanges of today, is extension of humanness as well. Humanity, thus considered, is not a thing made at once and unchangeable, but a stage of development, and is still, as Wells describes it, in the making. Our humanness is seen to lie not so much in what we are individually as in our relations to one another, and even that individuality is but the result of our relations to one another. It is in what we do and how we do it, rather than in what we are. Some philosophically inclined exalt being over doing. To them this question may be put: can you mention any form of life that merely is, without doing anything? Taken separately and physically, we are animals, genus Homo. Taken socially and psychically, we are in varying degrees human, and our real history lies in the development of this humanness. Our historic period is not very long. Real written history only goes back a few thousand years, beginning with the stone records of ancient Egypt. During this period we have had almost universally what is here called an androcentric culture. The history, such as it was made and written by men. The mental, the mechanical, the social development was almost wholly theirs. We have so far lived and suffered and died in a man-made world. So general, so unbroken has been this condition, that to mention it arouses no more remark than the statement of a natural law. We have taken it for granted, since the dawn of civilization, that mankind meant menkind, and the world was theirs. Women we have sharply delimited. Women were a sex, the sex, accorded to chivalrous toasts. They were set apart for special services peculiar to femininity. As one English scientist put it in 1888, women are not only the race, they are not even half the race, but a subspecies told off for reproduction only. This mental attitude toward women is even more clearly expressed by Mr. H. B. Marriott Watson in his article on The American Woman in the 19th Century for June 1904, where he says, "Her constitutional restlessness has caused her to abdicate those functions which alone excuse or explain her existence." This is a peculiarly happy and condensed expression of the relative position of women during our androcentric culture. The man was accepted as the race type without one dissentient voice, and the woman, a strange, diverse creature, quite disharmonious in the accepted scheme of things, was excused and explained only as a female. She has needed volumes of such excuse and explanation, also, apparently, volumes of abuse and condemnation. In any library catalogue we may find books upon books about women, physiological, sentimental, didactic, religious, all manner of books about women as such. Even to-day in the works of Marholm, poor young Weininger, Möbius, and others, we find the same perpetual discussion of women, as such. This is a book about men, as such. It differentiates between the human nature and the sex nature. It will not go so far as to allege man's masculine traits to be all that excuse or explain his existence. But it will point out what are masculine traits as distinct from human ones, and what has been the effect on our human life of the unbridled dominance of one sex. We can see at once, glaringly, what would have been the result of giving all human affairs into female hands. Such an extraordinary and deplorable situation would have feminized the world. We should all have become effeminate. See how in our use of language the case is clearly shown. The adjectives and derivatives based on woman's distinctions are alien and derogatory when applied to human affairs. Effeminate, too female, connotes contempt, but has no masculine analogue, whereas emasculate, not enough male, is a term of reproach, and has no feminine analogue. Virile, manly, we oppose to puerile, childish, and the very word virtue is derived from vir, a man. Even in the naming of other animals we have taken the male as the race type, and put on a special termination to indicate his female, as in lion, lioness, leopard, leopardess. While all our human scheme of things rests on the same tacit assumption, man being held the human type, woman a sort of accompaniment and subordinate assistant, merely essential to the making of people. She has held always the place of a preposition in relation to man. She has been considered above him or below him, before him, behind him, beside him, a wholly relative existence, Sidney's sister, Pembroke's mother, but never by any chance Sidney or Pembroke herself. Acting on this assumption, all human standards have been based on male characteristics, and when we wish to praise the work of a woman, we say she has a masculine mind. It is no easy matter to deny or reverse a universal assumption. The human mind has had a good many jolts since it began to think, but after each upheaval it settles down as peacefully as the vine-growers on Vesuvius, accepting the last lava crust as permanent ground. What we see immediately around us, what we are born into and grow up with, be it mental furniture or physical, we assume to be the order of nature. If a given idea has been held in the human mind for many generations, as almost all our common ideas have, it takes sincere and continued effort to remove it, and if it is one of the oldest we have in stock, one of the big, common, unquestioned world ideas, vast is the labour of those who seek to change it. Nevertheless, if the matter is one of importance, if the previous idea was a palpable error, of large and evil effect, and if the new one is true and widely important, the effort is worth making. The task here undertaken is of this sort. It seeks to show that what we have all this time termed human nature, and deprecated, was in great part only male nature, and good enough in its place; that what we have called masculine, and admired as such, was in large part human, and should be applied to both sexes; that what we have called feminine, and condemned, was also largely human and applicable to both. Our androcentric culture is so shown to have been, and still to be, a masculine culture in excess, and therefore undesirable. In the preliminary work of approaching these facts, it will be well to explain how it can be that so wide and serious an error should have been made by practically all men. The reason is simply that they were men. They were males, and saw women as females, and not otherwise. So absolute is this conviction that the man who reads will say, "Of course, how else are we to look at women except as females? They are females, aren't they?" Yes, they are, as men are males, unquestionably, but there is possible the frame of mind of the old marquise who was asked by an English friend how she could bear to have the footman serve her breakfast in bed, to have a man in her bedchamber, and replied sincerely, "Call you that thing there a man?" The world is full of men, but their principal occupation is human work of some sort, and women see in them the human distinction preponderantly. Occasionally some unhappy lady marries her coachman, long contemplation of broad shoulders having an effect, apparently, but in general women see the human creature most, the male creature only when they love. To the man the whole world was his world, his because he was male, and the whole world of woman was the home, because she was female. She had her prescribed sphere, strictly limited to her feminine occupations and interests. He had all the rest of life, and not only so, but having it, insisted on calling it male. This accounts for the general attitude of men toward the now rapid humanization of women. From her first faint struggles toward freedom and justice, to her present valiant efforts toward full economic and political equality, each step has been termed unfeminine, and resented as an intrusion upon man's place and power. Here shows the need of our new classification, of the three distinct fields of life, masculine, feminine, and human. As a matter of fact, there is a woman's sphere, sharply defined and quite different from his. There is also a man's sphere, as sharply defined and even more limited, but there remains a common sphere, that of humanity, which belongs to both alike. In the earlier part of what is known as the woman's movement, it was sharply opposed upon the ground that women would become unsexed. Let us note in passing that they have become unsexed in one particular, most glaringly so, and that no one has noticed or objected to it. As part of our androcentric culture, we may point to the peculiar reversal of sex characteristics which makes the human female carry the burden of ornament. She alone, of all human creatures, has adopted the essentially masculine attribute of special sex decoration. She does not fight for her mate, as yet, but she blooms forth as the peacock and bird of paradise, in poignant reversal of nature's laws, even wearing masculine feathers to further her feminine ends. Woman's natural work as a female is that of the mother, man's natural work as a male is that of the father, their mutual relation to this end being a source of joy and well-being when rightly held. But human work covers all our life outside of these specialties. Every handicraft, every profession, every science, every art, all normal amusements and recreations, all government, education, religion, the whole living world of human achievement, all this is human. That one sex should have monopolized all human activities, called them man's work, and managed them as such, is what is meant by the phrase androcentric culture. End of Our Androcentric Culture, or The Man-Made World, Chapter 1, by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. Read by Elizabeth Klett.
The Inferno, Chapter 1, by Henri Barbusse, translated by Edward J. O'Brien. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The landlady, Madame Le Messier, left me alone in my room, after a short speech, impressing upon me all the material and moral advantages of the Le Messier boarding house. I stopped in front of the glass, in the middle of the room in which I was going to live for a while. I looked round the room, and then at myself. The room was gray, and had a dusty smell. I saw 2 chairs, one of which held my valise, 2 narrow-backed armchairs, with smeary upholstery, a table with a piece of green felt set into the top, and an oriental carpet with an arabesque pattern that fairly leaped to the eye. This particular room I had never seen before, but oh, how familiar it all was. That bed of imitation mahogany, that frigid toilet table, that inevitable arrangement of the furniture, that emptiness within those 4 walls. The room was worn with use, as if an infinite number of people had occupied it. The carpet was frayed from the door to the window, a path trodden by a host of feet from day to day. The molding, which I could reach with my hands, was out of line and cracked, and the marble mantelpiece had lost its sharp edges. Human contact wears things out with disheartening slowness. Things tarnished, too. Little by little, the ceiling had darkened like a stormy sky. The places on the whitish woodwork and the pink wallpaper that had been touched oftenest had become smudgy. The edge of the door, the paint around the lock of the closet, and the wall alongside the window where one pulls the curtain cords. A whole world of human beings had passed here like smoke, leaving nothing white but the window. And I am a man like every other man, just as that evening was like every other evening. I had been traveling since morning. Hurry, formalities, baggage, the train, the whiff of different towns. I fell into one of the armchairs. Everything became quieter and more peaceful. My coming from the country to stay in Paris for good marked an epoch in my life. I had found a situation here in a bank. My days were to change. It was because of this change that I got away from my usual thoughts and turned to thoughts of myself. I was 30 years old. I had lost my father and mother 18 or 20 years before. So long ago that the event was now insignificant. I was unmarried, I had no children, and shall have none. There are moments when this troubles me, when I reflect that with me a line will end, which has lasted since the beginning of humanity. Was I happy? Yes, I had nothing to mourn or regret. I had no complicated desires. Therefore, I was happy. I remembered that since my childhood I had had spiritual illuminations, mystical emotions, a morbid fondness for shutting myself up face to face with my past. I had attributed exceptional importance to myself, and had come to think that I was more than other people. But this had gradually become submerged in the positive nothingness of every day. There I was now, in that room. I leaned forward in my armchair to be nearer the glass, and I examined myself carefully. Rather short, with an air of reserve, although there are times when I let myself go. Quite correctly dressed, nothing to criticize, and nothing striking about my appearance. I looked close at my eyes. They are green, though, oddly enough, people usually take them for black. I believed in many things in a confused sort of way, above all, in the existence of God, if not in the dogmas of religion. However, I thought, these last had advantages for poor people and for women, who have less intellect than men. As for philosophical discussions, I thought they are absolutely useless. You cannot demonstrate or verify anything. What was truth, anyway? I had a sense of good and evil. I would not have committed an indelicacy, even if certain of impunity. I would not have permitted myself the slightest overstatement. If everyone were like me, all would be well. It was already late. I was not going to do anything. I remained seated there, at the end of the day, opposite the looking-glass. In the setting of the room that the twilight began to invade, I saw the outline of my forehead, the oval of my face, and, under my blinking eyelids, the gaze by which I enter into myself as into a tomb. My tiredness, the gloominess, I heard rain outside. The darkness that intensified my solitude and made me look larger, and then something else, I knew not what, made me sad. It bored me to be sad. I shook myself. What was the matter? Nothing, only myself. I have not always been alone in life, as I was that evening. Love for me had taken on the form and the being of my little Josette. We had met long before, in the rear of the millinery shop in which she worked at Tours. She had smiled at me with singular persistence, and I caught her head in my hands, kissed her on the lips, and found out suddenly that I loved her. I no longer recall the strange bliss we felt when we first embraced. It is true, there are moments when I still desire her as madly as the first time. This is so especially when she is away. When she is with me, there are moments when she repels me. We discovered each other in the holidays. The days when we shall see each other again before we die, we could count them if we dared. To die. The idea of death is decidedly the most important of all ideas. I should die some day. Had I ever thought of it? I reflected. No, I had never thought of it. I could not. You can no more look destiny in the face than you can look in the sun, and yet destiny is gray. And night came, as every night will come, until the last one, which will be too vast. But all at once I jumped up and stood on my feet, reeling, my heart throbbing like the fluttering of wings. What was it? In the street a horn resounded, playing a hunting song. Apparently some groom of a rich family, standing near the bar of a tavern. With cheeks puffed out, mouth squeezed tight, and an air of ferocity, astonishing and silencing his audience. But the thing that so stirred me was not the mere blowing of a horn in the city streets. I had been brought up in the country, and as a child I used to hear that blast far in the distance, along the road to the woods and the castle. The same air, the same thing exactly. How could the two be so precisely alike? And involuntarily my hand wavered to my heart. Formerly, today, my life, my heart, myself. I thought of all this suddenly, for no reason, as if I had gone mad. My past. What had I ever made of myself? Nothing, and I was already on the decline. Ah, because the refrain recalled the past, it seemed to me as if it were all over with me, and I had not lived, and I had a longing for a sort of lost paradise. But of what avail to pray or rebel? I felt I had nothing more to expect from life. Thenceforth I should be neither happy nor unhappy. I could not rise from the dead. I would grow old quietly, as quiet as I was that day in the room, where so many people had left their traces, and yet no one had left his own traces. This room, anywhere you turn, you find this room. It is the universal room. You think it is closed. No, it is open to the four winds of heaven. It is lost amid a host of similar rooms. Like the light in the sky, like one day amid the host of all other days, like my eye amid a host of other eyes. I saw nothing more now than the pallor of my face, with deep orbits buried in the twilight, and my mouth filled with a silence which gently but surely stifles and destroys. I raised myself on my elbow as on a clipped wing. I wished that something partaking of the infinite would happen to me. I had no genius, no mission to fulfill, no great heart to bestow. I had nothing, and I deserved nothing, but all the same I desired some sort of reward. Love. I dreamed of a unique and unheard-of idyll with a woman far from the one with whom I had hitherto lost all my time. A woman whose features I did not see, but whose shadow I imagined beside my own as we walked along the road together. Something infinite, something new, a journey, an extraordinary journey into which to throw myself headlong and bring variety into my life. Luxurious, bustling departures, surrounded by solicitous inferiors, a lazy leaning back in railway trains that thunder along through wild landscapes and past cities rising up and growing as if blown by the wind. Steamers, masts, orders given in barbarous tongues, landings on golden quays, then strange exotic faces in the sunlight, puzzlingly alike, and monuments, familiar from pictures, which, in my tourist's pride, seemed to have come close to me. My brain was empty, my heart arid. I had never found anything, not even a friend. I was a poor man stranded for a day in a boarding-house room, where everybody comes and everybody goes. And yet I longed for glory bound to me, like a miraculous wound that I should feel and everybody would talk about. I longed for a following of which I should be the leader, my name acclaimed under the heavens like a new clarion call. But I felt my grandeur slip away. My childish imagination played in vain with those boundless fancies. There was nothing more for me to expect from life. There was only I, who, stripped by the night, rose upward like a cry. I could hardly see any more in the dark. I guessed at, rather than saw, myself in the mirror. I had a realizing sense of my weakness and captivity. I held my hands out toward the window, my outstretched fingers making them look like something torn. I lifted my face up to the sky. I sank back and leaned on the bed, a huge object with a vague human shape, like a corpse. God, I was lost. I prayed to him to have pity on me. I thought that I was wise and content with my lot. I had said to myself that I was free from the instinct of theft. Alas, it was not true, since I longed to take everything that was not mine. End of Chapter 1 of The Inferno by Henri Barbusse, translated by Edward J. O'Brien.
The Romance of Mathematics, Paper 1. Some Remarks on Female Education, by P. Hampson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paper 1. Some Remarks of a Girtham Girl on Female Education. Note: this essay upon female education was evidently written when the future professor of Girtham College was still in the lowlier condition of studentship before she attained that eminence for which her talents so justly entitled her. Its unfinished condition tends to show that it was probably evolved during moments of relaxation from severer studies, without any idea of subsequent publication. End note. Oh, why should I be doomed to the degradation of bearing such a foolish appellation? A Girtham girl! I suppose we have to thank that fiend of invention who is responsible for most of the titular foibles and follies of mankind, artful alliteration. The two G's, people imagine, run so well together, and it is wonderful that they do not append some other delectable title, such as the Gushing Girl of Girtham, or the Glaring Girl of Glittering Girtham. Oh, alliteration, alliteration, what crimes have been wrought in thy name! Little dost thou think of the mischief thou hast done, flooding the world with meaningless titles and absurd phrases. How canst thou talk of lyrics of loneliness, soliloquies of song, pearls of the peerage? Why dost thou stay thine hand? We long for thee to enrich the world with Dreams of a Dotard, The Dog Doctor's Daughters, and other kindred works. Exercise thine art on these works of transcendent merit, but cease to style thy humble but rebellious servant a Girtham girl. But what's in a name? Let the world's tongue wag. I am a student, a hard-working, book-devouring, never-wearied student, who burns her midnight oil and drinks the strong bouilli to keep her awake during the long hours of toil, like any Oxford or Cambridge undergraduate. I often wonder whether these mighty warriors in the lists, the class lists I mean, really work half so hard as we poor unfortunate girls of Girtham. Now that I am writing in strict confidence, so that not even the walls can hear the scratchings of my pen, or understand the meaning of all this scribbling, I beg to state that I have my serious doubts upon the subject, and when last I attended a soiree of the Anthropological Society, sounds issued forth from the windows of the snug college rooms which could not be taken as evidences of profound and undisturbed study. Sometimes I glance at the examination papers set for these hard-working students, in order that they may attain the glorious degree of B.A., and astonish their sisters, cousins, and aunts by the display of these magic letters and all resplendent hood. And again I say in strict confidence that if this same glorious hood does not adorn the back of each individual son of Alma Mater, he ought to be ashamed of himself, and not to fail to assume a certain less dignified but expressive three-lettered qualification. But before these tripos papers I bow my head in humble adoration. They sometimes take my breath away even to read the terrible excruciating things, which seem to turn one's brain round and round, and contort the muscles of one's face, and stop the pulsation of one's heart when one tries to grasp the horrid things. Here is a fair example of the ingenuity of the hard-hearted examiners, who resemble the inquisitors presiding over the tortures of the rack, and giving the hateful machine just one turn more by way of bestowing a parting benediction on their miserable victims. "A uniform rod," it is a marvelous act of mercy that the examiner invented it uniform. It is strange that its thickness did not vary in some complicated manner, and become a veritable birch rod. "Of length 2 c, rests in stable equilibrium," stable, another act of leniency, "with its lower end at the vertex of a cycloid whose plane is vertical," why not incline it at an angle of 30 degrees? "And vertex downwards, and passes through a small, smooth, fixed ring situated in the axis at a distance b from the vertex. Show that if the equilibrium be slightly disturbed, the rod will perform small oscillations with its lower end on the arc of the cycloid in the time 4π times the square root of the quantity a bracket c squared plus 3 parenthesis b minus c close parenthesis squared close bracket divided by the quantity 3g parenthesis b squared minus 4ac close parenthesis, where 2a is the length of the axis of the cycloid." A sweet pretty problem, truly! And there are hundreds of the same kind. Birch rods for every back. How the examiner must have rejoiced when he invented this diabolical rod, with its equilibrium, its oscillations, its cycloid, and other tormenting accessories. And yet, I suppose, before my days of studentship are over, I shall be called upon to attack some such impregnable fortresses of mathematics, when I hope to be declared equal to some 20th wrangler, if I escape the misfortune of sharing a portion of the wooden spoon. Ah, you male sycophants! You would prevent us from competing with you. You would separate yourselves on your island of knowledge, and sink the punt which would bear us over to your privileged shore. Of all the twaddle, forgive me, male sycophants, that the world has ever heard, I think the greatest is that which you have talked about female education. And the best of it is, you are so anxious about our welfare. You are so afraid that we should injure our health by overmuch mental exertion. You profess to think that our brains are not calculated to stand the strain of continued mental exercise. You think that competition is not good for the female mind, that we are too competitive by nature, too ambitious. Yes, we are so ambitious that we would enter the lists with those who are asked in public examinations to find the simple interest on £1,000 for 5 years at 6 1/4 per cent. So ambitious that we would compete with those who are requested to disclose the first aorist middle of Tupto. Oh, think of the mental strain involved in such questions. How it must ruin your health to find out how many times a wheel of radius 6 feet will turn round between York and London, a distance of 200 miles. It is quite wonderful how your brains, my dear male sycophants, can stand such fearful demands upon your intelligence and industry. But you are so kind to us, so afraid of our health. Really, we are much obliged to you. If you married one of us, or became our guardian, or left us a legacy, we should then recognize your interest in us, and be very grateful to you for your good advice. But as matters stand, we are quite capable of taking care of ourselves. We will promise not to work too hard, if you will promise not to weary us with your paternal jurisdiction. But, male sycophants, I want a word with you. Why do you object to our taking degrees, or going in for examinations in order to qualify ourselves for our duties in life? You need not speak out loud if you would rather not. Are you not just a little afraid that we might eclipse you? And it is not pleasant to be beaten by a woman, is it? And then you profess to think that we ought to be all housewives and cooks, and knitters of stockings, and sewers on of our husbands' buttons. But what if we have no husbands, no buttons to sew? And is it not a little selfish, my dear male sycophant, to wish to keep us all to yourself? To attend upon the wants of the lords of creation, who often distinguish themselves so much in the domain of science? Now, look me straight in the face. No shirking, sir. Is it not jealousy, green-eyed, false-tongued jealousy, which saps your generous instincts, and makes you talk rubbish and nonsense about strains and brains and ambition and the like? And if that is not hypocritical, I do not know what is. Well, good day to you, male sycophant. I really have not time to indulge myself in scolding you any more. You are a good creature, no doubt, and when you have shown us what you can do, and can estimate the capacity of the female brain, and take a common-sense view of things, we will recognize your privilege to speak; and when I am the presiding genius of Girtham College, I will grant you the use of our hall for the purpose of lecturing to us on Women's Rights, or, as you may prefer to entitle your discourse, Men's Wrongs." Oh, this is shameful. I really am very sorry. Here have I been wasting a good half hour in dreaming, and slaying an imaginary enemy with envenomed words and frequent dabs of ink. If I cannot concentrate my mind more on these mathematical researches, I fear a dreadful plough will harrow my feelings at the end of my sojourn in these halls of learning. Concentration! How many of our words and ideas and thoughts are derived from that primal fount of all arts and sciences, mathematics! Here is one which owes its origin to the mathematically trained mind of some early philological professor who had learnt to apply his scientific knowledge to the enrichment of his native tongue. He quoted to himself the words of the Roman poet, "Ego cur acquire pauca, si possum invidior cum lingua Catonis et Eni, sermonem patrium ditaverit, et nova rerum nomina protulerit, liquit, semperque licebit." His mind conceived endless figures of circles and ellipses scattered promiscuously over the page, defying the attempts of the student to reduce them to order. What must he do before he can apply his formulae and equations, determine their areas, or describe their eccentric motion? He must reduce them to a common centre, and then he can proceed to calculate the abstruse problems in connection with the figures described. They may be the complex motions of double star orbits, or the results of the impact of various projectiles on the tranquil surface of a pool. It matters not. The principle is the same. He must concentrate, and reduce to a common centre. This is the great defect of those who have no accurate mathematical knowledge. They cannot concentrate their minds with the same degree of intensity upon the work which lies before them. Their thoughts fly off at a tangent, as mine do very often, but then I have not been classed yet in the tripos. And, O male poetical sycophant, you may be right after all when you say, "O woman, in our hours of ease, uncertain, coy, and hard to please, as variable as the noonday shade." Yes, as variable as the most variable quantities x, y, z. I, a student of Girtham College, blush to own that my thoughts very often fly off at a tangent. Fly off at a tangent! All hail to thee, most noble mathematical phrase! Here is another fine mathematical expression, plainly exemplifying the action of centrifugal force. The faster the wheel turns, the greater is the velocity of the discarded particles which fly off along the line, perpendicular to the radius of the circle. The world travels very fast now. The increased velocity of the transit of earthly bodies, the rate at which they live, the multiplicity of engagements, etc., have made the social world revolve so fast that the speed would have startled the torpid life of the last century. And what is the result? Men's thoughts fly off at a tangent. They are unable to concentrate their minds on any given subject. They are content with hasty generalisms, with short magazine articles on important subjects, which really require large volumes and patient study to elucidate them fully. What we want to do is to increase the attractive force in order to prevent this tangential motion; to increase the force of gravity. "Well," says the young lady who loves to revel in the ghastly secret of the moated dungeon, or the mysteries of footlight fancy, "you are grave enough. Pray don't increase your gravity." Thank you, gentle critic. I will, in turn, ask you one favour. Leave for once the mysteries of footlight fancy, seek to know no more ghastly secrets, and increase your gravity, your mental weight, and hence your attraction in the eyes of all who are worth attracting will be marvellously increased by understanding a little about Newton's law of universal gravitation, and don't fly off at a tangent. At the end of this portion of the manuscript the editor of these papers discovered a photograph which, from subsequent inquiry, proved to be that of the accomplished authoress of the above reflections. The face is one of considerable beauty, with eyes as clear, steadfast, and open as the day. There is a degree of firmness about the mouth, but it is a sweet and pretty one notwithstanding, and a smile, half scornful, half playful, can be detected lurking about the corners of the lips, which do not seem altogether fitted for pronouncing hard mathematical terms and abstruse scientific problems. This photograph might have been the identical one which nearly brought an enamoured youth into grave difficulties by its secretion in the folds of his blotting paper during examination. The said enamoured youth had evidently placed it there for the sake of its inspiring qualities, and it was said that all his hopes of gaining the hand of the fair original depended upon his passing that same examination. But the wakeful eye of a stern examiner had watched him as he turned again and again to consult the sweet face which beamed from beneath his blotting paper, and he narrowly escaped expulsion from the Senate House on the charge of cribbing. Certainly he took a mean advantage of his fellow sufferers, if this were the identical photograph, for it portrays a most inspiring face. Forgive us, lenient reader, one moment. There, thank you, we have done. And now we will proceed to disclose the researches and original problems which the manuscript contains. Evidently the collegiate authorities were not slow in recognizing the talents of the assiduous student, and elected her without much delay to a professorship of Girtham. In this capacity the learned lady delivered several lectures, of which the second manuscript contains the first of the series. End of the Romance of Mathematics, Paper 1, by P. Hampson. Recording by TriciaG.
Bleak House, Chapter 1. In Chancery, by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. London. Michaelmas term lately over, and the Lord Chancellor sitting in Lincoln's Inn Hall. Implacable November weather. As much mud in the streets as if the waters had but newly retired from the face of the earth, and it would not be wonderful to meet a megalosaurus 40 feet long or so, waddling like an elephantine lizard up Holborn Hill. Smoke lowering down from the chimney-pots, making a soft black drizzle, with flakes of soot in it as big as full-grown snowflakes. Gone into mourning, one might imagine, for the death of the sun. Dogs, indistinguishable in mire. Horses, scarcely better, splashed to their very blinkers. Foot passengers, jostling one another's umbrellas in a general infection of ill temper, and losing their foothold at street corners, where tens of thousands of other foot passengers have been slipping and sliding since the day broke, if this day ever broke, adding new deposits to the crust upon crust of mud, sticking at those points tenaciously to the pavement, and accumulating at compound interest. Fog everywhere. Fog up the river, where it flows among green aits and meadows. Fog down the river, where it rolls defiled among the tiers of shipping and the waterside pollutions of a great and dirty city. Fog on the Essex marshes. Fog on the Kentish heights. Fog creeping into the cabooses of collier brigs. Fog lying out on the yards and hovering in the rigging of great ships. Fog drooping on the gunwales of barges and small boats. fog in the eyes and throats of ancient Greenwich pensioners, wheezing by the firesides of their wards, fog in the stem and bowl of the afternoon pipe of the wrathful skipper down in his close cabin, fog cruelly pinching the toes and fingers of his shivering little prentice boy on deck, chance people on the bridges, peeping over the parapets into a nether sky of fog, with fog all round them, as if they were up in a balloon and hanging in the misty clouds. Gas looming through the fog in divers places in the streets, much as the sun may, from the spongy fields, be seen to loom by husbandman and ploughboy. Most of the shops lighted 2 hours before their time, as the gas seems to know, for it has a haggard and unwilling look. The raw afternoon is rawest, and the dense fog is densest, and the muddy streets are muddiest, near that leaden-headed old obstruction, appropriate ornament for the threshold of a leaden-headed old corporation, Temple Bar. And hard by Temple Bar, in Lincoln's Inn Hall, at the very heart of the fog, sits the Lord High Chancellor in his High Court of Chancery. Never can there come fog too thick, never can there come mud and mire too deep, to assort with the groping and floundering condition which this High Court of Chancery, most pestilent of hoary sinners, holds this day in the sight of heaven and earth. On such an afternoon, if ever, the Lord High Chancellor ought to be sitting here, as here he is, with a foggy glory round his head, softly fenced in with crimson cloth and curtains, addressed by a large advocate with great whiskers, a little voice, and an interminable brief, and outwardly directing his contemplation to the lantern in the roof, where he can see nothing but fog. On such an afternoon, some score of members of the High Court of Chancery Bar ought to be, as here they are, mistily engaged in one of the 10,000 stages of an endless cause, tripping one another up on slippery precedents, groping knee-deep in technicalities, running their goat-hair and horsehair warded heads against walls of words, and making a pretence of equity with serious faces, as players might. On such an afternoon the various solicitors in the cause, some 2 or 3 of whom have inherited it from their fathers, who made a fortune by it, ought to be, as are they not, ranged in a line, in a long matted well, but you might look in vain for truth at the bottom of it, between the registrar's red table and the silk gowns, with bills, cross-bills, answers, rejoinders, injunctions, affidavits, issues, references to masters, masters' reports, mountains of costly nonsense piled before them. Well may the court be dim, with wasting candles here and there. Well may the fog hang heavy in it, as if it would never get out. Well may the stained-glass windows lose their colour and admit no light of day into the place. Well may the uninitiated from the streets, who peep in through the glass panes in the door, be deterred from entrance by its owlish aspect, and by the drawl languidly echoing to the roof from the padded dais, where the Lord High Chancellor looks into the lantern that has no light in it, and where the attendant wigs are all stuck in a fog-bank. This is the Court of Chancery, which has its decaying houses and its blighted lands in every shire, which has its worn-out lunatic in every madhouse, and its dead in every churchyard, which has its ruined suitor with his slipshod heels and threadbare dress, borrowing and begging through the round of every man's acquaintance, which gives to moneyed might the means abundantly of wearying out the right which so exhausts finances, patience, courage, hope, so overthrows the brain and breaks the heart, that there is not an honourable man among its practitioners who would not give, and who does not often give, the warning, suffer any wrong that can be done you, rather than come here. Who happened to be in the Lord Chancellor's court this murky afternoon besides the Lord Chancellor, the counsel in the case, the counsel in the cause, 2 or 3 counsel who are never in any cause, and the well of solicitors before mentioned? There is the registrar below the judge, in wig and gown, and there are 2 or 3 maces, or petty bags, or privy purses, or whatever they may be, in legal court suits. These are all yawning, for no crumb of amusement ever falls from Jarndyce and Jarndyce, the cause in hand, which was squeezed dry years upon years ago. The shorthand writers, the reporters of the court, and the reporters of the newspapers invariably decamp with the rest of the regulars when Jarndyce and Jarndyce comes on. Their places are a blank. Standing on a seat at the side of the hall, the better to peer into the curtained sanctuary, is a little mad old woman in a squeezed bonnet, who is always in court, from its sitting to its rising, and always expecting some incomprehensible judgment to be given in her favour. Some say she really is or was a party to the suit, but no one knows for certain, because no one cares. She carries some small litter in a reticule which she calls her documents, principally consisting of paper matches and dry lavender. A sallow prisoner has come up in custody for the half-dozenth time to make a personal application to purge himself of his contempt, which, being a solitary surviving executor who has fallen into a state of conglomeration about accounts, of which it is not pretended that he ever had any knowledge, he is not at all likely ever to do. In the meantime, his prospects in life are ended. Another ruined suitor, who periodically appears from Shropshire, and breaks out into efforts to address the Chancellor at the close of the day's business, and who can by no means be made to understand that the Chancellor is legally ignorant of his existence, after making it desolate for a quarter of a century, plants himself in a good place, and keeps an eye on the judge, ready to call out, "My lord!" in a voice of sonorous complaint on the instant of his rising. A few lawyers' clerks and others who know this suitor by sight linger on, in the chance of his furnishing some fun, and enlivening the dismal weather a little. Jarndyce and Jarndyce drones on. This scarecrow of a suit has, in the course of time, become so complicated that no man alive knows what it means. The parties to it understand it least, but it has been observed that no two Chancery lawyers can talk about it for 5 minutes without coming to a total disagreement as to all the premises. Innumerable children have been born into the cause. Innumerable young people have married into it. Innumerable old people have died out of it. Scores of persons have deliriously found themselves made parties in Jarndyce and Jarndyce, without knowing how or why. Whole families have inherited legendary hatreds with the suit. The little plaintiff or defendant who was promised a new rocking horse when Jarndyce and Jarndyce should be settled has grown up, possessed himself of a real horse, and trotted away into the other world. Fair wards of court have faded into mothers and grandmothers. A long procession of chancellors has come in and gone out. The legion of bills in the suit have been transformed into mere bills of mortality. There are not 3 Jarndyces left upon the earth. Perhaps since old Tom Jarndyce in despair blew his brains out at a coffee-house in Chancery Lane. But Jarndyce and Jarndyce still drags its dreary length before the court, perennially hopeless. Jarndyce and Jarndyce has passed into a joke. That is the only good that has ever come of it. It has been death to many, but it is a joke in the profession. Every master in Chancery has had a reference out of it. Every Chancellor was in it for somebody or other when he was counsel at the bar. Good things have been said about it by blue-nosed, bulbous-shoed old benchers in select port-wine committee after dinner in hall. Articled clerks have been in the habit of fleshing their legal wit upon it. The last Lord Chancellor handled it neatly when, correcting Mr. Blowers, the eminent silk gown, who said that such a thing might happen when the sky rained potatoes, he observed, "Or when we get through Jarndyce and Jarndyce, Mr. Blowers," a pleasantry that particularly tickled the maces, bags, and purses. How many people, out of the suit Jarndyce and Jarndyce has stretched forth its unwholesome hand to spoil and corrupt, would be a very wide question. From the master upon whose impaling files reams of dusty warrants in Jarndyce and Jarndyce have grimly writhed into many shapes, down to the copying clerk in the Six Clerks' Office, who has copied his tens of thousands of Chancery folio pages under that eternal heading, no man's nature has been made better by it. In trickery, evasion, procrastination, spoliation, botheration, under false pretences of all sorts, there are influences that can never come to good. the very solicitors' boys who have kept the wretched suitors at bay by protesting time out of mind that Mr. Chisel, Mizzle, or otherwise, was particularly engaged, and had appointments until dinner, may have got an extra moral twist and shuffle into themselves out of Jarndyce and Jarndyce. The receiver in the cause has acquired a goodly sum of money by it, but has acquired, too, a distrust of his own mother, and a contempt for his own kind. Chisel, Mizzle, and otherwise, have lapsed into a habit of vaguely promising themselves that they will look into that outstanding little matter and see what can be done for Drizzle, who was not well used, when Jarndyce and Jarndyce shall be got out of the office. Shaking and sharking in all their many varieties have been sown broadcast by the ill-fated cause, and even those who have contemplated its history from the outermost circle of such evil have been insensibly tempted into a loose way of letting bad things alone to take their own bad course, and a loose belief that if the world go wrong, it was in some off-hand manner never meant to go right. Thus, in the midst of the mud and at the heart of the fog, sits the Lord High Chancellor in his High Court of Chancery. Mr. Tangle," says the Lord High Chancellor, latterly something restless under the eloquence of that learned gentleman. "My lad," says Mr. Tangle. Mr. Tangle knows more of Jarndyce and Jarndyce than anybody. He is famous for it, supposed never to have read anything else since he left school. "Have you nearly concluded your argument?" "My lord, no. A variety of points, feel it my duty to submit, lordship," is the reply that slides out of Mr. Tangle. "Several members of the bar are still to be heard, I believe," says the Chancellor, with a slight smile. 18 of Mr. Tangle's learned friends, each armed with a little summary of 1800 sheets, bob up like 18 hammers in a pianoforte, make 18 bows, and drop into their 18 places of obscurity. "We will proceed with the hearing on Wednesday fortnight," says the Chancellor. For the question at issue is only a question of costs, a mere bud on the forest tree of the parent suit, and really will come to a settlement one of these days. The Chancellor rises, the bar rises, the prisoner is brought forth in a hurry, the man from Shropshire cries, "My lord!" Maces, bags, and purses indignantly proclaim silence, and frown at the man from Shropshire. "In reference," proceeds the Chancellor, still on Jarndyce and Jarndyce, "to the young girl—" "Beg lordship's pardon, boy," says Mr. Tangle, prematurely. "In reference," proceeds the Chancellor, with extra distinctness, "to the young girl and boy, the two young people," Mr. Tangle crushed, "whom I directed to be in attendance to-day, and who are now in my private room, I will see them, and satisfy myself as to the expediency of making the order for their residing with their uncle." Mr. Tangle on his legs again. "Beg lordship's pardon, dead?" "With their—" Chancellor looking through his double eyeglass at the papers on his desk. "Grandfather." "Beg lordship's pardon, victim of rash action, brains." Suddenly a very little counsel with a terrific bass voice arises, fully inflated in the back settlements of the fog, and says, "Will your lordship allow me? I appear for him. He is a cousin, several times removed. I am not at the moment prepared to inform the court in what exact remove he is a cousin, but he is a cousin." Leaving this address, delivered like a sepulchral message, ringing in the rafters of the roof, the very little counsel drops, and the fog knows him no more. Everybody looks for him, nobody can see him. "I will speak with both the young people," says the Chancellor anew, "and satisfy myself on the subject of their residing with their cousin. I will mention the matter to-morrow morning when I take my seat." The Chancellor is about to bow to the bar when the prisoner is presented. Nothing can possibly come of the prisoner's conglomeration but his being sent back to prison, which is soon done. The man from Shropshire ventures another remonstrative, "My lord!" but the Chancellor, being aware of him, has dexterously vanished. Everybody else quickly vanishes too. A battery of blue bags is loaded with heavy charges of papers, and carried off by clerks. The little mad old woman marches off with her documents. The empty court is locked up. If all the injustice it has committed, and all the misery it has caused, could only be locked up with it, and the whole burnt away in a great funeral pyre, why, so much the better for other parties than the parties in Jarndyce and Jarndyce. End of Chapter 1 of Bleak House by Charles Dickens. Read by Andy Minter.
Footsteps of Fate, Chapter 1, by Louis Couperus, translated by Clara Bell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. His hands in his pockets and the collar of his fur coat turned up, Frank was making his way one evening through squalls of snow along the deserted length of Adelaide Road. As he approached the villa where he lived, White Rose Cottage it was called, sunk, buried, wrapped in white snow, like a nest in cotton wool, he was aware of someone coming to meet him from Primrose Hill. He looked steadily in the man's face, since he evidently intended to address him, doubting as to what his purpose might be this lonely, snowy night, and he was greatly surprised when he heard said in Dutch, "Pardon the intrusion. Are you not Mr. Westhove?" "Yes," replied Frank Westhove. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am Robert van Maren. You may perhaps remember." "What, you, Bertie?" cried Frank. "How came you here in London?" And in his amazement there rose up before him, through the driving snow, a vision of his youth, a pleasing picture of boyish friendship, of something young and warm. "Not altogether by chance," said the other, whose voice had taken on a somewhat more confident tone at the sound of the familiar Bertie. "I knew that you lived here, and I have been to your door 3 times, but you had not come in. Your maid said that you were expected at home this evening, so I made so bold as to wait here for you." And again his voice lost its firmness and assumed the imploring accent of a beggar. "Is your business so urgent, then?" asked Frank in surprise. "Yes, I want... Perhaps you could help me. I know no one here." "Where are you living?" "Nowhere. I only arrived here early this morning, and I have no money." He was shivering from standing in the cold during this short dialogue, and seemed to shrink into himself, almost fawning, like a cowed dog. "Come in with me," said Frank, greatly astonished, but full of sympathy, and of the affectionate reminiscences of his boyhood. "Come and spend the night with me." "Oh, gladly," was the reply, eager and tremulous, as if he feared that the heaven-inspired words might be retracted. They went together a few steps further. Then Frank took a key out of his pocket, the key of White Rose Cottage. He opened the door. A hexagonal Moorish lantern was burning low, and shed a soft light in the hall. "Go in," said Frank, and he locked the door and bolted it behind them. It was 12:30. The maid had not yet gone to bed. "That gentleman called here a little while ago, 2 or 3 times," she murmured, with a look of suspicion at Bertie. "And I have seen him hanging about all the evening as if he was on the watch. I was frightened, do you know? It is so lonely in these parts." Frank shook his head reassuringly. "Make the fire up as quickly as possible, Annie. Is your husband still up?" "The fire, sir?" "Yes. Bertie, will you have something to eat?" "Gladly, if it gives you no trouble," replied Bertie in English for the benefit of the maid, and he looked with an insinuating expression to meet the surprised, cold blue eyes of the neat, brisk young woman. His voice was persuasive and low. He tried to take as little room as possible in the small hall, and to avoid her gaze he seemed to shrink, to efface himself in a corner where the shadow fell. Frank led the way into a large back room, cold and dark when they entered, but soon lighted up, and before long genially warmed by the huge fire which blazed up in the grate. Annie laid the table. "Supper for one, sir?" "Lay for two. I will eat something," said Frank, thinking that Bertie would feel more at his ease. At his friend's invitation, the visitor had seated himself in a large arm-chair by the fire, and there he sat, bolt upright, without speaking, feeling shy before the woman who came and went. And now, in the light, Frank could see the poverty of his appearance. His thin, shabby coat, shining with grease and bereft of buttons, his worn fringed trousers, his dirty comforter hiding a lack of underlinen, his ripped and slip-shod shoes. In his confusion and awkwardness he still held his battered hat. This garb accorded ill with the aristocratic elegance of his figure. The thin, pale, chiselled features, full of distinction, in spite of the unkempt light hair and unshaven stubble of beard. It was like a masquerade of rank and culture in the rags of misery, beseeming it as ill as an unsuitable part in a play. And the actor sat motionless, staring into the fire, ill at ease in the atmosphere of luxury which surrounded him in this room, evidently the home of a young man of fortune who had no yearnings for domestic society. The curtains and carpets were of handsome quality, so were the furniture and ornaments, but arranged without any reference to comfort. The chairs and tables against the wall, stiff and orderly, and shining with polish. But it did not make this impression on Bertie, for a sense of the blessedness of warmth and shelter possessed him wholly, of peace and reprieve, as calm as a lake, and as delightful as an oasis, a smiling prospect after the snow and cold of the last few hours. And when he saw that Frank was gazing at him in visible wonder at his motionless attitude by the glorious fire, where the dancing flames flew up like yellow dragons' tongues, at last he smiled and said with humble gratitude, in the tone of a beggar, "Thank you very much. This is good." Annie had not much to set before them, the remains from the larder of a young fellow who lives chiefly away from home, a bit of cold beefsteak and salad, some biscuits and jam, but it bore some resemblance to a supper, and Bertie did it full honour, eating and drinking with systematic deliberateness, hardly conscious of what, and imbibing hot grog, without confessing the hunger which had nipped his very vitals. At length Frank tried to make him speak, drew him into talk, and into telling him what had reduced him to such misery. Bertie told his tale in a fragmentary fashion, very abjectly, every word sounding like a petition. Disputes with his father about his mother's fortune, a trifle of a few thousand gulden quickly spent. Vicissitudes in America, where he had been by turns a farm servant, a waiter in a hotel, and a super on the stage. His return to Europe on board a liner, working out his passage in every variety of service. His first day in London, without a cent. He remembered Westhover's address from letters bearing date of some years back, and had at once made his way to White Rose Cottage, only fearing that meanwhile Frank might have moved half a dozen times and left no traces. Oh, his anxiety that night, waiting in the cold wind while it grew darker and darker, the gloom, with no relief but the ghostly whiteness of the deathly silent snow. And now the warmth, the shelter, and food. And again he thanked his friend, cowering, shrivelled, in his threadbare clothes. Thank you, thank you. Annie, sulky over so much trouble at this hour of the night, and for such a vagabond brought in from the street, had nevertheless prepared a bedroom, and Frank led him upstairs, shocked by his exhausted appearance and ashy paleness. He patted him on the shoulder, promising to help him, but now he must go to bed. To-morrow they would see what could be done. When Bertie found himself alone, he looked about him. The room was very comfortable, the bed ample, soft and warm. He felt himself squalid and dirty amid such surroundings of luxury, and by a natural instinct of decency and cleanliness, though his teeth were chattering with cold, he first carefully and elaborately washed himself, lathering, rubbing, brushing, till his whole body was rosy and glowing, and smelling of soap-suds. He looked in the glass, and only regretted that he had no razors. He would have shaved. At last, having slipped on a nightshirt which lay ready for use, he crept in between the blankets. He did not immediately fall asleep, revelling in the comfort, in his own purification, in the whiteness of the sheets, the warmth of the quilt, in the gleam of the night-light even, which showed discreetly through a green shade. A smile came into his eyes and parted his lips, and he was asleep, without a thought of the morrow, happy in the respite of to-day and the warmth of the bed, his mind almost vacant indeed, but for the single recurring thought that Frank was really a good fellow. End of Footsteps of Fate, Chapter 1, by Louis Couperus, translated by Clara Bell.
Moby-Dick, Chapter 1, Loomings, by Herman Melville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse and having nothing particular to interest me on shore, I thought I would sail about a bit and see the watery part of the world. It is a way I have of driving off the spleen and regulating the circulation. Whenever I find myself growing grim about the mouth, whenever it is a damp, drizzly November in my soul, whenever I find myself involuntarily pausing before coffin warehouses and bringing up the rear in every funeral I meet, and especially whenever my hypos get such an upper hand of me that it requires a strong moral principle to prevent me from deliberately stepping into the street and methodically knocking people's hats off, then I account it high time to get to sea as soon as I can. This is my substitute for pistol and ball. With a philosophical flourish, Cato throws himself upon his sword. I quietly take to the ship. There's nothing surprising in this. If they but knew it, almost all men in their degree, sometime or other, cherish very nearly the same feelings towards the ocean with me. There now is your insular city of the Manhattoes, belted round by wharves as Indian isles by coral reefs. Commerce surrounds it with her surf. Right and left, the streets take you waterward. Its extreme downtown is the Battery, where that noble mole is washed by waves and cooled by breezes, which a few hours previous were out of sight of land. Look at the crowds of water-gazers there. Circumambulate the city of a dreamy Sabbath afternoon. Go from Collier's Hook to Conti's Slip, and from thence by Whitehall northward. What do you see? Posted like silent sentinels all around the town, stand thousands upon thousands of mortal men, fixed in ocean reveries, some leaning against the spiles, some seated upon the pier heads, some looking over the bulwarks of ships from China, some high aloft in the riggings, as if striving to get a still better seaward peep. But these are all landsmen, of weekdays pent up in lath and plaster, tied to counters, nailed to benches, clinched to desks. How then is this? Are the green fields gone? What do they here? But look, here come more crowds, pacing straight for the water and seemingly bound for a dive. Strange. Nothing will content them but the extremest limit of the land. Loitering under the shady lee of yonder warehouses will not suffice, no. They must get as nigh the water as they possibly can without falling in. And there they stand, miles of them, leagues, inlanders all. They come from lanes and alleys and streets and avenues, north, east, south, west, yet here they all unite. Tell me, does the magnetic virtue of the needles of the compasses of all those ships attract them thither? Once more, say you are in the country, in some high land of lakes. Take almost any path you please, and 10 to 1 it carries you down in a dale, and leaves you there by a pool in the stream. There is magic in it. Let the most absent-minded of men be plunged in his deepest reveries. Stand that man on his legs, set his feet a-goin', and he will infallibly lead you to water, if water there be in all that region. Should you ever be athirst in the great American desert, try this experiment if your caravan happen to be supplied with a metaphysical professor. Yes, as everyone knows, meditation and water are wedded forever. But here is an artist. He desires to paint you the dreamiest, shadiest, quietest, most enchanting bit of romantic landscape in all the valley of the Saco. What is the chief element he employs? There stand his trees, each with a hollow trunk, as if a hermit with a crucifix were within. And here sleeps his meadow, and there sleep his cattle. And up from yonder cottage goes a sleepy smoke. Deep into the distant woodlands winds a mazy way, reaching to overlapping spurs of mountains bathed in their hillside blue. But though this picture lies thus tranced, and though his pine tree shakes down its sighs like leaves upon this shepherd's head, yet all were vain, unless the shepherd's eye were fixed upon the magic stream before him. Go visit the prairies in June, when for scores on scores of miles you wade knee-deep among the tiger lilies. What is the one charm wanting? Water. There is not a drop of water there. Were Niagara but a cataract of sand, Would you travel your 1,000 miles to see it? Why did the poor poet of Tennessee, upon suddenly receiving 2 handfuls of silver, deliberate whether to buy him a coat which he sadly needed, or invest his money on a pedestrian trip to Rockaway Beach? Why is almost every robust, healthy boy with a robust, healthy soul in him at some time or other crazy to go to sea? Why upon your first voyage as a passenger did you yourself feel such a mystical vibration, when first told that you and your ship were now out of sight of land? Why did the old Persians hold the sea holy? Why did the Greeks give it a separate deity, an own brother of Jove? Surely all this is not without meaning. And still deeper the meaning of that, the story of Narcissus, who, because he could not grasp the tormenting mild image he saw in the fountain, plunged into it and was drowned. But that same image we ourselves see in all rivers and oceans. It is the image of the ungraspable phantom of life, and this is the key to it all. Now, when I say I am in the habit of going to sea whenever I begin to grow hazy about the eyes and begin to be overconscious of my lungs, I do not mean to have it inferred that I ever go to sea as a passenger. For to go as a passenger, one must needs have a purse, and a purse is but a rag unless you have something in it. Besides, passengers get seasick, grow quarrelsome, don't sleep of nights, do not enjoy themselves much as a general thing, no. I never go as a passenger, nor, though I am something of a salt, do I ever go to sea as a commodore or a captain or a cook. I abandon the glory and distinction of such offices to those who like them. For my part, I abominate all honorable, respectable toils, trials, and tribulations of every kind whatsoever. It is quite as much as I can do to take care of myself without taking care of ships, barks, brigs, schooners, and whatnot. And as for going as a cook, though I confess there is considerable glory in that, a cook being a sort of officer on shipboard, yet somehow I never fancied broiling fowls. Though once broiled, judiciously buttered, and judgmatically salted and peppered, there is no one who will speak more respectfully, not to say reverentially, of a broiled fowl than I will. It is out of the idolatrous dotings of the old Egyptians upon broiled ibis and roasted river horse that you see the mummies of those creatures in their huge bakehouses, the pyramids. No, when I go to sea, I go as a simple sailor, right before the mast, plumb down to the forecastle, aloft there to the royal masthead. True, they rather order me about some, and make me jump from spar to spar like a grasshopper in a May meadow. And at first this sort of thing is unpleasant enough. It touches one's sense of honor particularly, if you come from an old established family in the land. The Van Rensselaers or Randolphs or Hardicanutes. And more than all, if just previous to putting your hand into the tar pot, you have been lording it as a country schoolmaster, making the tallest boys stand in awe of you. The transition is a keen one, I assure you, from schoolmaster to a sailor, and requires a strong decoction of Seneca and the Stoics to enable you to grin and bear it. But even this wears off in time. What of it, if some old hunk of a sea captain orders me to get a broom and sweep down the decks? What does that indignity amount to, weighed, I mean, in the scales of the New Testament? Do you think the Archangel Gabriel thinks anything less of me because I promptly and respectfully obey that old hunks in that particular instance? Who ain't a slave? Tell me that. Well then, however the old sea captains may order me about, however they may thump and punch me about, I have the satisfaction of knowing that it is all right, that everybody else in one way or other served in much the same way, either in a physical or metaphysical point of view. And so the universal thump is passed around, and all hands should rub each other's shoulder blades and be content. Again, I always go to sea as a sailor, because they make a point of paying me for my trouble, whereas they never pay passengers a single penny that I ever heard of. On the contrary, passengers themselves must pay. And there is all the difference in the world between paying and being paid. The act of paying is perhaps the most uncomfortable affliction that the two orchard thieves entailed upon us. But being paid, what will compare with that? The urbane activity with which a man receives money is really marvelous, considering that we do so earnestly believe money to be the root of all earthly ills, and that on no account can the moneyed man enter heaven. Ah, how cheerfully we consign ourselves to perdition. Finally, I always go to sea as a sailor because of the wholesome exercise and pure air of the forecastle deck. For as in this world headwinds are far more prevalent than winds from astern, that is, if you never violate the Pythagorean maxim. So for the most part, the Commodore on the quarterdeck gets his atmosphere at second hand from the sailors on the forecastle. He thinks he breathes at first, but not so. In much the same way do the commonalty lead their leaders in many other things, at the same time that the leaders little suspect it. But wherefore it was that after having repeatedly smelt the sea as a merchant sailor, I should now take it into my head to go on a whaling voyage. This the invisible police officer of the fates, who has the constant surveillance of me and secretly dogs me and influences me in some unaccountable way. He can better answer that than anyone else. And doubtless my going on this whaling voyage formed part of the grand program of Providence that was drawn up a long time ago. It came in a sort of a brief interlude and solo between more extensive performances. I take it that this part of the bill must have run something like this. Grand contested election for the presidency of the United States. Whaling voyage by one Ishmael. Bloody battle in Afghanistan. Though I cannot tell why it was exactly that those stage managers, the fates, put me down for this shabby part of a whaling voyage, when others were set down for magnificent parts and high tragedies and short and easy parts and genteel comedies, and jolly parts and farces. Though I cannot tell why this was exactly yet, now that I recall all the circumstances, I think I can see a little into the springs and motives, which being cunningly presented to me under various disguises, induced me to set about performing the part I did, besides cajoling me into the delusion that it was a choice resulting from my own unbiased free will and discriminating judgment. Chief among these motives was the overwhelming idea of the great whale himself. Such a portentous and mysterious monster roused all my curiosity. Then the wild and distant seas where he rolled his island bulk, the undeliverable, nameless perils of the whale, these, with all the attending marvels of 1,000 Patagonian sights and sounds, helped to sway me to my wish. With other men, perhaps such things would not have been inducements, but as for me, I am tormented with an everlasting itch for things remote. I love to sail forbidden seas and land on barbarous coasts. Not ignoring what is good, I am quick to perceive a horror and still be social with it, would they let me. Since it is but well to be on friendly terms with the inmates of the place one lodges in. By reason of such things, then, The whaling voyage was welcome. The great floodgates of the wonder world sprung open, and in the wild conceits that swayed me to my purpose, two and two were floating in my inmost soul. Endless possessions of the whale, and midmost of them all, one grand hooded phantom, like a snow hill in the air. End of Moby-Dick, Chapter 1. Read by Michael Packard.
Ferdinand, Count Fathom, Chapter 1, by Tobias Smollett. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some sage observations that naturally introduce our important history. Cardinal de Retz very judiciously observes that all historians must of necessity be subject to mistakes in explaining the motives of those actions they record, unless they derive their intelligence from the candid confession of the person whose character they represent, and that of consequence every man of importance ought to write his own memoirs, provided he has honesty enough to tell the truth, without suppressing any circumstance that may tend to the information of the reader. This, however, is a requisite that I am afraid would be very rarely found among the number of those who exhibit their own portraits to the public. Indeed, I will venture to say, that how upright soever a man's intentions may be, he will, in the performance of such a task, be sometimes misled by his own fantasy, and represent objects as they appeared to him, through the mists of prejudice and passion. An unconcerned reader, when he peruses the history of two competitors who lived 2000 years ago, or who perhaps never had existence except in the imagination of the author, cannot help interesting himself in the dispute, and espousing one side of the contest with all the zeal of a warm adherent. What wonder, then, that we should be heated in our own concerns, review our actions with the same self-approbation that they had formerly acquired, and recommend them to the world with all the enthusiasm of paternal affection. Supposing this to be the case, it was lucky for the cause of historical truth that so many pens have been drawn by writers who could not be suspected of such partiality, and that many great personages, among the ancients as well as moderns, either would not or could not entertain the public with their own memoirs. From this want of inclination or capacity to write in our hero himself, the undertaking is now left to me of transmitting to posterity the remarkable adventures of Ferdinand, Count Fathom, and by the time the reader shall have glanced over the subsequent sheets, I doubt not but he will bless God that the adventurer was not his own historian. This mirror of modern chivalry was none of those who owe their dignity to the circumstances of their birth, and are consecrated from the cradle for the purposes of greatness, merely because they are the accidental children of wealth. He was heir to no visible patrimony, unless we reckon a robust constitution, a tolerable appearance, and an uncommon capacity, as the advantages of inheritance. If the comparison obtains in this point of consideration, he was as much as any man indebted to his parent, and pity it was that in the sequel of his fortune he never had an opportunity of manifesting his filial gratitude and regard. from this agreeable act of duty to his sire, and all those tendernesses that are reciprocally enjoyed betwixt the father and the son, he was unhappily excluded by a small circumstance, at which, however, he was never heard to repine. In short, had he been brought forth in the fabulous ages of the world, the nature of his origin might have turned to his account. He might, like other heroes of antiquity, have laid claim to divine extraction, without running the risk of being claimed by an earthly father. Not that his parents had any reason to disown or renounce their offspring, or that there was anything preternatural in the circumstances of his generation and birth. On the contrary, he was from the beginning a child of promising parts, and in due course of nature ushered into the world amidst a whole cloud of witnesses. But that he was acknowledged by no mortal sire solely proceeded from the uncertainty of his mother, whose affections were so dissipated among a number of admirers, that she could never pitch upon the person from whose loins our hero sprung. Over and above this important doubt under which he was begotten, other particularities attended his birth, and seemed to mark him out as something uncommon among the sons of men. He was brought forth in a waggon, and might be said to be literally a native of two different countries. For though he first saw the light in Holland, he was not born till after the carriage arrived in Flanders. So that, all these extraordinary circumstances considered, the task of determining to what government he naturally owed allegiance would be at least as difficult as that of ascertaining the so much contested birthplace of Homer. Certain it is, the Count's mother was an Englishwoman, who, after having been 5 times a widow in one campaign, was in the last year of the renowned Marlborough's command numbered among the baggage of the allied army, which she still accompanied through pure benevolence of spirit, supplying the ranks with the refreshing streams of choice Geneva, and accommodating individuals with clean linen, as the emergency of their occasions required. Nor was her philanthropy altogether confined to such ministration. She abounded with the milk of human kindness, which flowed plentifully among her fellow creatures, and to every son of Mars who cultivated her favour, she liberally dispensed her smiles, in order to sweeten the toils and dangers of the field. And here it will not be amiss to anticipate the remarks of the reader, who, in the chastity and excellency of his conception, may possibly exclaim, "Good heaven, will these authors never reform their imaginations, and lift their ideas from the obscene objects of low life? Must the public be again disgusted with the grovelling adventures of a waggon? Will no writer of genius draw his pen in the vindication of taste, and entertain us with the agreeable characters, the dignified conversation, the poignant repartee, in short, the genteel comedy of the polite world? Have a little patience, gentle, delicate, sublime critic. You, I doubt not, are one of those consummate connoisseurs who, in their purifications, let humour evaporate, while they endeavour to preserve decorum, and polish wit, until the edge of it is quite worn off. or perhaps of that class who in the sapience of taste are disgusted with those very flavours in the productions of their own country which have yielded infinite delectation to their faculties when imported from another clime, and damn an author in despite of all precedent and prescription, who extol the writings of Petronius Arbiter, read with rapture the amorous sallies of Ovid's pen, and chuckle over the story of Lucian's ass. Yet if a modern author presumes to relate the progress of a simple intrigue, are shocked at the indecency and immorality of the scene, who delight in following Guzman de Alfarache through all the mazes of squalid beggary, who with pleasure accompany Don Quixote and his squire in the lowest paths of fortune, who are diverted with the adventures of Scarron's ragged troop of strollers, and highly entertained with the servile situations of Gil Blas, yet, when a character in humble life occasionally occurs in a performance of our own growth, exclaim with an air of disgust, "Was ever anything so mean? Sure this writer must have been very conversant with the lowest scenes of life." Who, when Swift or Pope represents a coxcomb in the act of swearing, scruple not to laugh at the ridiculous execrations, but in a less reputed author condemn the use of such profane expletives, who eagerly explore the jakes of Rabelais for amusement, and even extract humour from the Dean's description of a lady's dressing-room, yet in a production of these days, unstamped with such venerable names, will stop their noses, with all the signs of loathing and abhorrence, at a bare mention of the china chamber-pot, who applauded Catullus, Juvenal, Persius, and Lucan for their spirit in lashing the greatest names of antiquity, yet when a British satirist of this generation has courage enough to call in question the talents of a pseudo-patron in power, accuse him of insolence, rancour, and scurrility. If such you be, courteous reader, I say again, have a little patience. For your entertainment we are about to write. Our hero shall, with all convenient dispatch, be gradually sublimed into those splendid connections of which you are enamoured, and God forbid that in the meantime the nature of his extraction should turn to his prejudice in a land of freedom like this, where individuals are every day ennobled in consequence of their own qualifications, without the least retrospective regard to the rank or merit of their ancestors. Yes, refined reader, we are hastening to that goal of perfection, where satire dares not show her face, where nature is castigated almost even to still life, where humour turns changeling and slavers in an insipid grin, where wit is volatilized into a mere vapour, where decency, divested of all substance, hovers about like a fantastic shadow, where the salt of genius, escaping, leaves nothing but pure and simple phlegm, and the inoffensive pen for ever drops the mild manna of soul-sweetening praise. End of Ferdinand Count Fathom, Chapter 1, by Tobias Smollett. Read by Martin Geeson.
The Bostonians, a novel by Henry James in 2 volumes, Volume 1. Book First, Chapter 1 by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Olive will come down in about 10 minutes. She told me to tell you that. About 10. That is exactly like Olive. Neither 5 nor 15, and yet not 10 exactly, but either 9 or 11. She didn't tell me to say she was glad to see you, because she doesn't know whether she is or not, and she wouldn't for the world expose herself to telling a fib. She is very honest, is Olive Chancellor. She is full of rectitude. Nobody tells fibs in Boston. I don't know what to make of them all. Well, I am very glad to see you, at any rate. These words were spoken with much volubility by a fair, plump, smiling woman who entered a narrow drawing-room in which a visitor, kept waiting for a few moments, was already absorbed in a book. The gentleman had not even needed to sit down to become interested. Apparently he had taken up the volume from a table as soon as he came in, and, standing there, after a single glance round the apartment, had lost himself in its pages. He threw it down at the approach of Mrs. Luna, laughed, shook hands with her, and said in answer to her last remark, "You imply that you do tell fibs. Perhaps that is one." "Oh, no, there is nothing wonderful in my being glad to see you," Mrs. Luna rejoined, "when I tell you that I have been 3 long weeks in this unprevaricating city." "That has an unflattering sound for me," said the young man. "I pretend not to prevaricate." "Dear me, what's the good of being a Southerner?" the lady asked. "Olive told me to tell you she hoped you will stay to dinner, and if she said it, does really hope it. She is willing to risk that." "Just as I am?" the visitor inquired, presenting himself with rather a work-a-day aspect. Mrs. Luna glanced at him from head to foot, and gave a little smiling sigh, as if he had been a long sum in addition. And indeed he was very long, Basil Ransom, and he even looked a little hard and discouraging, like a column of figures, in spite of the friendly face which he bent upon his hostess's deputy, and which, in its thinness, had a deep dry line, a sort of premature wrinkle, on either side of the mouth. He was tall and lean, and dressed throughout in black. His shirt-collar was low and wide, and the triangle of linen, a little crumpled, exhibited by the opening of his waistcoat, was adorned by a pin containing a small red stone. In spite of this decoration, the young man looked poor as a young man could look who had such a fine head and such magnificent eyes. Those of Basil Ransom were dark, deep, and glowing. His head had a character of elevation which fairly added to his stature. It was a head to be seen above the level of a crowd, on some judicial bench or political platform, or even on a bronze medal. His forehead was high and broad, and his thick black hair, perfectly straight and glossy and without any division, rolled back from it in a leonine manner. These things, the eyes especially, with their smouldering fire, might have indicated that he was to be a great American statesman, or, on the other hand, they might simply have proved that he came from Carolina or Alabama. He came, in fact, from Mississippi, and he spoke very perceptibly with the accent of that country. It is not in my power to reproduce by any combination of characters this charming dialect, but the initiated reader will have no difficulty in evoking the sound, which is to be associated in the present instance with nothing vulgar or vain. This lean, pale, sallow, shabby, striking young man, with his superior head, his sedentary shoulders, his expression of bright grimness and hard enthusiasm, his provincial, distinguished appearance, is, as a representative of his sex, the most important personage in my narrative. He played a very active part in the events I have undertaken in some degree to set forth, and yet the reader who likes a complete image, who desires to read with the senses as well as with reason, is entreated not to forget that he prolonged his consonants and swallowed his vowels, that he was guilty of elisions and interpolations which were equally unexpected, and that his discourse was pervaded by something sultry and vast, something almost African in its rich, basking tone, something that suggested the teeming expanse of the cotton field. Mrs. Luna looked up at all this, but saw only a part of it. Otherwise she would not have replied in a bantering manner, in answer to his inquiry, "Are you ever different from this?" Mrs. Luna was familiar, intolerably familiar. Basil Ransom coloured a little. Then he said, "Oh, yes. When I dine out I usually carry a six-shooter and a bowie knife." And he took up his hat vaguely, a soft black hat with a low crown and an immense straight brim. Mrs. Luna wanted to know what he was doing. She made him sit down. She assured him that her sister quite expected him, would feel as sorry as she could ever feel for anything, for she was a kind of fatalist, anyhow, if he didn't stay to dinner. It was an immense pity she herself was going out. In Boston you must jump at invitations. Olive, too, was going somewhere after dinner, but he mustn't mind that. Perhaps he would like to go with her. It wasn't a party. Olive didn't go to parties. It was one of those weird meetings she was so fond of. "What kind of meetings do you refer to? You speak as if it were a rendezvous of witches on the Brocken." "Well, so it is. They are all witches and wizards, mediums and spirit-rappers, and roaring radicals." Basil Ransom stared. The yellow light in his brown eyes deepened. "Do you mean to say your sister's a roaring radical?" "A radical? She's a female Jacobin. She's a nihilist. Whatever is wrong, and all that sort of thing. If you are going to dine with her, you had better know it." "Oh, murder!" murmured the young man vaguely, sinking back in his chair with his arms folded. He looked at Mrs. Luna with intelligent incredulity. She was sufficiently pretty. Her hair was in clusters of curls, like bunches of grapes. Her tight bodice seemed to crack with her vivacity, and from beneath the stiff little plaits of her petticoat a small fat foot protruded, resting upon a stilted heel. She was attractive and impertinent, especially the latter. He seemed to think it was a great pity, what she had told him, but he lost himself in this consideration, or, at any rate, said nothing for some time, while his eyes wandered over Mrs. Luna, and he probably wondered what body of doctrine she represented, little as she might partake of the nature of her sister. Many things were strange to Basil Ransom. Boston especially was strewn with surprises, and he was a man who liked to understand. Mrs. Luna was drawing on her gloves. Ransom had never seen any that were so long. They reminded him of stockings, and he wondered how she managed without garters above the elbow. "Well, I suppose I might have known that," he continued at last. "You might have known what?" "Well, that Miss Chancellor would be all that you say. She was brought up in the city of reform." "Oh, it isn't the city, it's just Olive Chancellor. She would reform this solar system if she could get hold of it. She'll reform you, if you don't look out. That's the way I found her when I returned from Europe." "Have you been in Europe?" Ransom asked. "Mercy, yes. Haven't you?" "No, I haven't been anywhere. Has your sister?" "Yes, but she stayed only an hour or two. She hates it. She would like to abolish it. Didn't you know I had been to Europe?" Mrs. Luna went on, in the slightly aggrieved tone of a woman who discovers the limits of her reputation. Ransom reflected he might answer her that until 5 minutes ago he didn't know she existed, but he remembered that this was not the way in which a Southern gentleman spoke to ladies, and he contented himself with saying that he must condone his Boeotian ignorance (he was fond of an elegant phrase), that he lived in a part of the country where they didn't think much about Europe, and that he had always supposed she was domiciled in New York. This last remark he made at a venture, for he had naturally not devoted any supposition whatever to Mrs. Luna. His dishonesty, however, only exposed him the more. "If you thought I lived in New York, why in the world didn't you come and see me?" the lady inquired. "Well, you see, I don't go out much, except to the courts." "Do you mean the law courts? Everyone has got some profession over here. Are you very ambitious? You look as if you were." "Yes, very," Basil Ransom replied, with a smile, and the curious feminine softness with which Southern gentlemen enunciate that adverb. Mrs. Luna explained that she had been living in Europe for several years, ever since her husband died, but had come home a month before, come home with her little boy. the only thing she had in the world, and was paying a visit to her sister, who, of course, was the nearest thing after the child. "But it isn't the same," she said. "Olive and I disagree so much." "While you and your little boy don't," the young man remarked. "Oh no, I never differ from Newton," and Mrs. Luna added that now she was back she didn't know what she should do. That was the worst of coming back. It was like being born again at one's age. One had to begin life afresh. One didn't even know what one had come back for. There were people who wanted one to spend the winter in Boston, but she couldn't stand that. She knew, at least, what she had not come back for. Perhaps she should take a house in Washington. Did he ever hear of that little place? They had invented it while she was away. Besides, Olive didn't want her in Boston, and didn't go through the form of saying so. That was one comfort with Olive. She never went through any forms. Basil Ransom had got up just as Mrs. Luna made this last declaration, for a young lady had glided into the room, who stopped short as it fell upon her ears. She stood there looking, consciously and rather seriously, at Mr. Ransom. A smile of exceeding faintness played about her lips. It was just perceptible enough to light up the native gravity of her face. It might have been likened to a thin ray of moonlight resting upon the wall of a prison. "If that were true," she said, "I shouldn't tell you that I am very sorry to have kept you waiting." Her voice was low and agreeable, a cultivated voice, and she extended a slender white hand to her visitor, who remarked with some solemnity he felt a certain guilt of participation in Mrs. Luna's indiscretion, that he was intensely happy to make her acquaintance. He observed that Miss Chancellor's hand was at once cold and limp. She merely placed it in his, without exerting the smallest pressure. Mrs. Luna explained to her sister that her freedom of speech was caused by his being a relation, though, indeed, he didn't seem to know much about them. She didn't believe he had ever heard of her, Mrs. Luna, though he pretended with his southern chivalry that he had. She must be off to her dinner now. She saw the carriage was there, and in her absence Olive might give any version of her she chose. "I have told him you are a radical, and you may tell him if you like that I am a painted Jezebel. Try to reform him. A person from Mississippi is sure to be all wrong. I shall be back very late. We are going to a theatre party. That's why we dine so early. Good-bye, Mr. Ransom," Mrs. Luna continued, gathering up the feathery white shawl which added to the volume of her fairness. "I hope you are going to stay a little, so that you may judge us for yourself. I should like you to see Newton, too. He is a noble little nature, and I want some advice about him. You only stay tomorrow? Why, what's the use of that? Well, mind you come and see me in New York. I shall be sure to be part of the winter there. I shall send you a card. I won't let you off. Don't come out. My sister has the first claim. Olive, why don't you take him to your female convention?" Mrs. Luna's familiarity extended even to her sister. She remarked to Miss Chancellor that she looked as if she were got up for a sea voyage. "I am glad I haven't opinions that prevent my dressing in the evening," she declared from the doorway. "The amount of thought they give to their clothing, the people who are afraid of looking frivolous." End of the Bostonians, Book First, Chapter 1, by Henry James. Read by LizMourant.
The Scarlet Letter, Chapter 1, The Prison Door, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A throng of bearded men in sad-colored garments and gray steeple-crowned hats, intermixed with women, some wearing hoods and others bareheaded, was assembled in front of a wooden edifice, the door of which was heavily timbered with oak and studded with iron spikes. The founders of a new colony, whatever utopia of human virtue and happiness they might originally project, have invariably recognized it among their earliest practical necessities to allot a portion of the virgin soil as a cemetery, and another portion as the site of a prison. In accordance with this rule it may safely be assumed that the forefathers of Boston had built the first prison house somewhere in the vicinity of Cornhill, almost as seasonably as they marked out the first burial ground on Isaac Johnson's lot, and round about his grave, which subsequently became the nucleus of all the congregated sepulchres in the old churchyard of King's Chapel. Certain it is that, some 15 or 20 years after the settlement of the town, the wooden jail was already marked with weather stains and other indications of age, which gave a yet darker aspect to its beetle-browed and gloomy front. The rust on the ponderous ironwork of its oaken door looked more antique than anything else in the New World. Like all that pertains to crime, it seemed never to have known a youthful era. Before this ugly edifice, and between it and the wheel-track of the street, was a grass-plot, much overgrown with burdock, pigweed, apple-pern, and such unsightly vegetation, which evidently found something congenial in the soil that had so early borne the black flower of civilized society, a prison. But on one side of the portal, and rooted almost at the threshold, was a wild rose-bush, covered in this month of June with its delicate gems, which might be imagined to offer their fragrance and fragile beauty to the prisoner as he went in, and to the condemned criminal as he came forth to his doom, in token that the deep heart of nature could pity and be kind to him. This rose-bush, by a strange chance, has been kept alive in history. But whether it had merely survived out of the stern old wilderness, so long after the fall of the gigantic pines and oaks that originally overshadowed it, or whether, as there is fair authority for believing, it had sprung up under the footsteps of the sainted Anne Hutchinson as she entered the prison door, we shall not take upon us to determine. Finding it so directly on the threshold of our narrative, which is now about to issue from that inauspicious portal, we could hardly do otherwise than pluck one of its flowers and present it to the reader. It may serve, let us hope, to symbolize some sweet moral blossom that may be found along the track, or relieve the darkening close of a tale of human frailty and sorrow. End of The Scarlet Letter, Chapter 1, by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Read by Jean Bascom.
Genesis chapter 1 in the Wycliffe translation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the beginning God made of Nocht heaven and earth. Forsooth the earth was idle and void, and darknesses weren on the face of depth, and the Spirit of the Lord was born on the waters. And God said, Licht be made, and licht was made. And God said the licht that it was good, and he departed the licht fro darknesses, and he clapped the licht day, and the darknesses nicht. And the eventide and morrowtide was made o day. And God said, the firmament be made in the midst of waters, and depart waters fro waters. And God made the firmament, and departed the waters that weren under the firmament, fro these waters that weren on the firmament. And it was done so. And God clapped the firmament heaven, and the eventide and morrowtide was made the second day. Forsooth God said, the waters that ben under heaven be gathered into a place, and a drie place appear. And it was done so. And God clapped the drie place earth, and he clapped the gatherings together of waters, the seas. And God said that it was good, and said, the earth bringe forth green herb, and making seed, and apple tree making frucht by his kind, who said be in itself on earth. And it was done so. And the earth brought forth green herb and making seed be his kind, and a tree making frucht, and each having seed be his kind. And God said that it was good. And the eventide and morrowtide was made the third day. For so God said, Lichtes be made in the firmament of heaven, and depart thou the day and night, and be thou into scenes, and times, and days, and years, and shine thou in the firmament of heaven, and lichten thou the earth. And it was done so. And God made twee great lichtes, the greater licht that it should be before to the day, and the lesser licht that it should be before to the night. And God made stars, and set it thou in the firmament of heaven, that thou shoulden shine on earth, and that thou shoulden be before to the day and night, and shoulden depart licht and darkness. And God say that it was good. And the eventide and the morrowtide was made the fourth day. Also God said, the waters bring forth a creeping beast of living soul, and a breed flying above earth under the firmament of heaven. And God made of nocht great whales, and each living soul and movable, which the waters han brought forth into her kindes. And God made of nocht each volatile be his kind. And God say that it was good, and blessed them, and said, Wax ye, and be ye multiplied, and fill ye the waters of the sea, and breedes be multiplied on earth. And the eventide and the morrowtide was made the fifth day. And God said, the earth bring forth a living soul in his kind, work beasts, and creeping beasts, and unreasonable beasts of earth be her kindes. And it was done so. And God made unreasonable beasts of earth be her kindes, and work beasts, and each creeping beast of earth in his kind. And God said that it was good, and said, Make we man to our image and likeness, and be he sovereign to the fishes of the sea, and to the volatiles of heaven, and to unreasonable beasts of earth, and to each creature, and to each creeping beast which is moved in earth. And God made of nocht a man to his image and likeness. God made of nocht a man to the image of God. God made of nocht them male and female. And God blessed them, and said, Increase ye, and be ye multiplied, and fill ye the earth, and make ye it sujet, and be ye lords to fishes of the sea, and to volatiles of heaven, and to alle living beasts that be moved on earth. And God said, Lo, I have joft to you each herb-bearing seed on earth, and alle trees that han in himself the seed of her kind, that thou be into meat to you, and to alle living beasts of earth, and to each breed of heaven, and to alle things that be moved in earth, and in which is a living soul, that thou have to eat. And it was done so. And God saw alle things which he made, and they waren full good. and the eventide and morrowtide was mad the sixth day. End of Genesis chapter 1 in the Wycliffe translation. Read by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Chapter 1, Down the Rabbit Hole, by Lewis Carroll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Chapter 1 Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank, and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she had peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations in it.
And what is the use of a book,
thought Alice,
without pictures or conversation?
She was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall be late." When she thought it over afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take it out of, and burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after it, and fortunately was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was going to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself, before she found herself falling down a very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went down to look about her and wonder what was going to happen next. First she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung upon pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed. It was labeled "Orange Marmalade," but to her great disappointment it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing somebody, so managed to put it into one of the cupboards as she fell past it.
Well,
thought Alice to herself,
after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house.
Which was very likely true. Down, 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 would the fall never come to an end?
I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time,
she said aloud.
I must be getting somewhere near the center of the earth. Let me see. That would be 4,000 miles down, I think.
For you see, Alice had learnt several things of this sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and though this was not a very good opportunity for showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still it was good practice to say it over.
Yes, that's about the right distance, but then I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to.
Alice had no idea what latitude was, or longitude either, but thought they were nice grand words to say. Presently she began again.
I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downward, the antipathies, I think.
She was rather glad there was no one listening this time, as it didn't sound at all the right word.
But I shall have to ask them what the name of the country is, you know. Please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia?
And she tried to curtsy as she spoke. Fancy curtsying when you're falling through the air. Do you think you could manage it?
And what an ignorant little girl she'll think me for asking. No, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written up somewhere.
Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice began talking again.
Dinah'll miss me very much tonight, I should think.
Dinah was the cat.
I hope they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea-time. Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat, and that's very like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder?
And here Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on saying to herself in a dreamy sort of way,
Do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats?
and sometimes,
Do bats eat cats?
for you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't matter much which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off, and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dinah, and saying to her very earnestly,
Now, Dinah, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat?
when suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt, and she jumped up onto her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was another long passage, and the White Rabbit was still in sight, hurrying down it. There was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say, as it turned a corner, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all round the hall, but they were all locked, and when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever to get out again. Suddenly she came upon a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass. There was nothing on it except a tiny golden key, and Alice's first thought was that it might belong to one of the doors of the hall, but alas, either the locks were too large, or the key was too small, but at any rate it would not open any of them. However, on the second time round, she came upon a low curtain she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight it fitted. Alice opened the door, and found that it led into a small passage, not much larger than a rat-hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden you ever saw. How she longed to get out of the dark hall, and wander about among those beds of bright flowers, and those cool fountains, but she could not even get her head through the doorway.
And even if my head would go through,
thought poor Alice,
it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if I only knew how to begin.
For you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened lately that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it.
Which certainly was not here before,
said Alice, and round the neck of the bottle was a paper label with the words, "Drink me," beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say, "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry.
No, I'll look first,
she said,
and see whether it's marked poison or not.
For she had read several nice little histories about children who had got burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife it usually bleeds. And she had never forgotten that if you drink from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certain to disagree with you sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice, it had in fact a sort of mixed flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast. She very soon finished it off.
What a curious feeling,
said Alice.
I must be shutting up like a telescope.
And so it was indeed. She was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now the right size for going through the little door into the lovely garden. First, however, she waited for a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this.
For it might end, you know,
said Alice to herself,
in my going out altogether like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then.
and she tried to fancy what the flame of a candle is like after the candle is blown out, for she could not remember ever having seen such a thing. After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice! When she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key, and when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it. She could see it quite plainly through the glass, and she tried her best to climb up on one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery, and when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried.
"Come, there's no use in crying like that,"
said Alice to herself, rather sharply.
"I advise you to leave off this minute."
She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it, and sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes, and once she remembered trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she was playing against herself, for this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people.
"But it's no use now,"
thought poor Alice,
"to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me left to make one respectable person."
Soon her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it, and found in it a very small cake, on which the words, "Eat me," were beautifully marked in currants.
"Well, I'll eat it,"
said Alice.
"and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key, and if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way I'll get into the garden, and I don't care which happens."
She ate a little bit, and said anxiously to herself,
"Which way, which way?"
holding her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing, and she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice had got so much into the way of expecting nothing but out-of-the-way things to happen, that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work, and very soon finished off the cake.
End of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Chapter 1, by Lewis Carroll. Read by Jean Bascom and INT Josh.
Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. Chapter 1. We Are Seven, by Kate Douglas Wiggin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The old stagecoach was rumbling along the dusty road that runs from Maplewood to Riverboro. The day was as warm as midsummer, though it was only the middle of May, and Mr. Jeremiah Cobb was favoring the horses as much as possible, yet never losing sight of the fact that he carried the mail. The hills were many, and the reins lay loosely in his hands as he lolled back in his seat and extended one foot and leg luxuriously over the dashboard. His brimmed hat of worn felt was well pulled over his eyes, and he revolved a quid of tobacco in his left cheek. There was one passenger in the coach, a small dark-haired person in a glossy buff calico dress. She was so slender and so stiffly starched that she slid from space to space on the leather cushions, though she braced herself against the middle seat with her feet, and extended her cotton-gloved hands on each side, in order to maintain some sort of balance. Whenever the wheels sank farther than usual into a rut, or jolted suddenly over a stone, she bounded involuntarily into the air, came down again, pushed back her funny little straw hat, and picked up or settled more firmly a small pink sunshade, which seemed to be her chief responsibility, unless we except a bead purse, into which she looked whenever the condition of the roads would permit, finding great apparent satisfaction in that its precious contents neither disappeared nor grew less. Mr. Cobb guessed nothing of these harassing details of travel, his business being to carry people to their destinations, not necessarily to make them comfortable on the way. Indeed, he had forgotten the very existence of this one unnoteworthy little passenger. When he was about to leave the post-office in Maplewood that morning, a woman had alighted from a wagon, and coming up to him, inquired whether this were the Riverboro stage, and if he were Mr. Cobb. Being answered in the affirmative, she nodded to a child who was eagerly waiting for the answer, and who ran towards her as if she feared to be a moment too late. The child might have been 10 or 11 years old, perhaps, but whatever the number of her summers, she had an air of being small for her age. Her mother helped her into the stage-coach, deposited a bundle and a bouquet of lilacs beside her, superintended the roping on behind of an old hair-trunk, and finally paid the fare, counting out the silver with great care. "I want you should take her to my sisters in Riverboro," she said. "Do you know Mirandy and Jane Sawyer? They live in the brick house." Lord bless your soul, he knew 'em as well as if he'd made them. "Well, she's going there, and they're expecting her. Will you keep an eye on her, please? If she can get out anywhere and get with folks, or get anybody in to keep her company, she'll do it. Good-bye, Rebecca. Try not to get into any mischief, and sit quiet, so you'll look neat and nice when you get there. Don't be any trouble to Mr. Cobb. You see, she's kind of excited. We came on the cars from Temperance yesterday, slept all night at my cousin's, and drove from her house, 8 miles it is, this morning." "Good-bye, Mother. Don't worry. You know it isn't as if I hadn't travelled before." The woman gave a short sardonic laugh, and said in an explanatory way to Mr. Cobb, "She's been to Wareham and stayed overnight. That isn't much to be journey-proud on." "It was travelling, Mother," said the child eagerly and wilfully. "It was leaving the farm, and putting up lunch in a basket, and a little riding and a little steam-cars, and we carried our nightgowns." "Don't tell the whole village about it, if we did," said the mother, interrupting the reminiscences of this experienced voyager. "Haven't I told you before," she whispered, in a last attempt at discipline, "that you shouldn't talk about nightgowns and stockings and things like that in a loud tone of voice, and especially when there's men-folks round?" "I know, Mother, I know, and I won't. All I want to say is—" Here Mr. Cobb gave a cluck, slapped the reins, and the horses started sedately on their daily task. "All I want to say is that it is a journey when—" The stage was really under way now, and Rebecca had to put her head out of the window over the door in order to finish her sentence. "It is a journey when you carry a nightgown." The objectionable word, uttered in a high treble, floated back to the offended ears of Mrs. Randall, who watched the stage out of sight, gathered up her packages from the bench at the store door, and stepped into the wagon that had been standing at the hitching-post. As she turned the horse's head towards home, she rose to her feet for a moment, and shading her eyes with her hand, looked at a cloud of dust in the dim distance. "Mirandy'll have her hands full, I guess," she said to herself. "But I shouldn't wonder if it would be the making of Rebecca." All this had been half an hour ago, and the sun, the heat, the dust, the contemplation of errands to be done in the great metropolis of Milltown, had lulled Mr. Cobb's never-active mind into complete oblivion as to his promise of keeping an eye on Rebecca. Suddenly he heard a small voice above the rattle and rumble of the wheels, and the creaking of the harness. At first he thought it was a cricket, a tree-toad, or a bird, but having determined the direction from which it came, he turned his head over his shoulder, and saw a small shape hanging as far out of the window as safety would allow. A long black braid of hair swung with the motion of the coach. The child held her hat in one hand, and with the other made ineffectual attempts to stab the driver with her microscopic sunshade. "Please let me speak," she called. Mr. Cobb drew up the horses obediently. "Does it cost any more to ride up there with you?" she asked. "It's so slippery and shiny down here, and the stage is so much too big for me that I rattle round in it till I'm most black and blue. And the windows are so small I can only see pieces of things, and I've most broken my neck stretching round to find out whether my trunk has fallen off the back. It's my mother's trunk, and she's very choice of it." Mr. Cobb waited until this flow of conversation, or more properly speaking, this flood of criticism, had ceased, and then said jocularly, "You can come up if you want to. There ain't no extra charge to sit side of me." Whereupon he helped her out, boosted her up to the front seat, and resumed his own place. Rebecca sat down carefully, smoothing her dress under her with painstaking precision, and putting her sunshade under its extended folds between the driver and herself. This done, she pushed back her hat, pulled up her darned white cotton gloves, and said delightedly, "Oh, this is better. This is like travelling. I am a real passenger now, and down there I felt like our setting hen when we shut her up in a coop. I hope we have a long, long ways to go." "Oh, we've only just started on it," Mr. Cobb responded genially. "It's more'n 2 hours." "Only 2 hours," she sighed. "That will be 1:30. Mother will be at Cousin Anne's. The children at home will have had their dinner, and Hannah cleared all away. I have some lunch, because Mother said it would be a bad beginning to get to the brick house hungry, and have Aunt Mirandy have to get me something to eat the first thing. It's a good growing day, isn't it?" "It is certain. Too hot most. Why don't you put up your parasol?" She extended her dress still farther over the article in question, as she said, "Oh dear no, I never put it up when the sun shines. Pink fades awfully, you know, and I only carry it to meetin' cloudy Sundays. Sometimes the sun comes out all of a sudden, and I have a dreadful time covering it up. It's the dearest thing in life to me, but it's an awful care." At this moment the thought gradually permeated Mr. Jeremiah Cobb's slow-moving mind that the bird perched by his side was a bird of very different feather from those to which he was accustomed in his daily drives. He put the whip back in its socket, took his foot from the dashboard, pushed his hat back, blew his quid of tobacco into the road, and having thus cleared his mental decks for action, he took his first good look at the passenger, a look which she met with a grave, childlike stare of friendly curiosity. The buff calico was faded, but scrupulously clean, and starched within an inch of its life. From the little standing ruffle at the neck, the child's slender throat rose very brown and thin, and the head looked small to bear the weight of dark hair that hung in a thick braid to her waist. She wore an odd little visored cap of white leghorn, which may either have been the latest thing in children's hats, or some bit of ancient finery furbished up for the occasion. It was trimmed with a twist of buff ribbon and a cluster of black and orange porcupine quills, which hung or bristled stiffly over one ear, giving her the quaintest and most unusual appearance. Her face was without colour and sharp in outline. As to features, she must have had the usual number, though Mr. Cobb's attention never proceeded so far as nose, forehead, or chin, being caught on the way and held fast by the eyes. Rebecca's eyes were like faith, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Under her delicately etched brows they glowed like 2 stars, their dancing light half hidden in lustrous darkness. Their glance was eager and full of interest, yet never satisfied. Their steadfast gaze was brilliant and mysterious, and had the effect of looking directly through the obvious to something beyond, in the object, in the landscape, in you. They had never been accounted for, Rebecca's eyes, The school-teacher and the minister at Temperance had tried and failed. The young artist who came for the summer to sketch the red barn, the ruined mill, and the bridge, ended by giving up all these local beauties and devoting herself to the face of a child, a small, plain face, illuminated by a pair of eyes carrying such messages, such suggestions, such hints of sleeping power and insight, that one never tired of looking into their shining depths, nor of fancying that what one saw there was the reflection of one's own thought. Mr. Cobb made none of these generalizations. His remark to his wife that night was simply to the effect that whenever the child looked at him, she knocked him galley-west. "Miss Ross, a lady that paints, gave me the sunshade," said Rebecca, when she had exchanged looks with Mr. Cobb and learned his face by heart. "Did you notice the pink double ruffle and the white tip and handle? They're ivory. The handle is scarred, you see. That's because Fanny sucked and chewed it in meeting when I wasn't looking. I've never felt the same to Fanny since."
"Is Fanny your sister?"
"She's one of them."
"How many are there of you?"
"7. There's verses written about 7 children." "Quick," was the little maid's reply. "Oh, master, we are 7. I learned it to speak in school, but the scholars were hateful and laughed. Hannah is the oldest. I come next, then John, then Jenny, then Mark, then Fanny, then Myra."
"Well, that is a big family."
"Far too big, everybody says," replied Rebecca, with an unexpected and thoroughly grown-up candor that induced Mr. Cobb to murmur, "I swan," and insert more tobacco in his left cheek. "They're dear, but such a bother, and cost so much to feed, you see," she rippled on. "Hannah and I haven't done anything but put babies to bed at night and take them up in the morning for years and years. But it's finished, that's one comfort, and we'll have a lovely time when we're all grown up and the mortgage is paid off."
"All finished? Oh, you mean you've come away?"
"No. I mean they're all over and done with. Our family's finished. Mother says so, and she always keeps her promises. There hasn't been any since Myra, and she's 3. She was born the day Father died. Aunt Miranda wanted Hannah to come to Riverboro instead of me, but Mother couldn't spare her. She takes hold of housework better than I do, Hannah does. I told Mother last night if there was likely to be any more children while I was away, I'd have to be sent for when there's a baby it always takes Hannah and me both, for Mother has the cooking and the farm."
"Oh, you live on a farm, do you? Where is it? Near to where you got on?"
"Near? Why, it must be thousands of miles. We came from Temperance in the cars. Then we drove a long ways to Cousin Anne's and went to bed. Then we got up and drove ever so far to Maplewood, where the stage was. Our farm is away off from everywheres. But our school and meeting-house is at Temperance, and that's only 2 miles. Sitting up here with you is most as good as climbing the meeting-house steeple. I know a boy who's been up on our steeple. He said the boys and cows looked like flies. We haven't met any people yet, but I'm kind of disappointed in the cows. They don't look so little as I hoped they would. Still," brightening, "they don't look quite as big as if we were downside of them, do they? Boys always do the nice splendid things, and girls can only do the nasty dull ones that get left over. They can't climb so high, or go so far, or stay out so late, or run so fast, or anything." Mr. Cobb wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and gasped. He had a feeling that he was being hurried from peak to peak of a mountain range without time to take a good breath in between.
"I can't seem to locate your farm," he said, "though I've been to Temperance and used to live up that way. What's your folks' name?"
"Randall. My mother's name is Aurelia Randall. Our names are Hannah Lucy Randall, Rebecca Rowena Randall, John Halifax Randall, Jenny Lind Randall, Marquis Randall, Fanny Ellsler Randall, and Miranda Randall. Mother named half of us and father the other half, but we didn't come out even, so they both thought it would be nice to name Myra after Aunt Miranda and Riverboro. They hoped it might do some good, but it didn't, and now we call her Myra. We are all named after somebody in particular. Hannah is Hannah at the Window Binding Shoes, and I'm taken out of Ivanhoe. John Halifax was a gentleman in a book. Mark is after his uncle, Marquis de Lafayette, that died a twin. Twins very often don't live to grow up, and triplets almost never. Did you know that, Mr. Cobb? We don't call him Marquis, only Mark. Jenny is named for a singer, and Fanny for a beautiful dancer. But Mother says they're both misfits, for Jenny can't carry a tune, and Fanny's kind of stiff-legged. Mother would like to call them Jane and Frances and give up their middle names, but she says it wouldn't be fair to Father. She says we must always stand up for Father, because everything was against him, and he wouldn't have died if he hadn't had such bad luck. I think that's all there is to tell about us, she finished seriously.
Land o' liberty! I should think it was enough, ejaculated Mr. Cobb. There wa'n't many names left when your mother got through choosin'. You've got a powerful good memory. I guess it ain't no trouble for you to learn your lessons, is it?
Not much. The trouble is to get the shoes to go and learn 'em. These are spandy new I've got on, and they have to last 6 months, Mother always says, to save my shoes. There don't seem to be any way of saving shoes but taking 'em off and going barefoot. But I can't do that in Riverboro without shaming Aunt Mirandy. I'm going to school right along now when I'm living with Aunt Mirandy, and in 2 years I'm going to the seminary in Wareham. Mother says it ought to be the making of me. I'm going to be a painter, like Miss Ross, when I get through school. At any rate, that's what I think I'm going to be. Mother thinks I'd better teach.
Your farm ain't the old Hobbs place, is it?
No, it's just Randall's farm. At least that's what Mother calls it. I call it Sunnybrook Farm.
I guess it don't make no difference what you call it, so long as you know where it is, remarked Mr. Cobb sententiously.
Rebecca turned the full light of her eyes upon him reproachfully, almost severely, as she answered, "Oh, don't say that, and be like all the rest. It does make a difference what you call things. When I say Randall's farm, do you see how it looks?"
No, I can't say I do, responded Mr. Cobb uneasily.
Now when I say Sunnybrook Farm, what does it make you think of? Mr. Cobb felt like a fish removed from his native element and left panting on the sand. There was no evading the awful responsibility of a reply, for Rebecca's eyes were searchlights that pierced the fiction of his brain and perceived the bald spot on the back of his head.
I suppose there's a brook somewheres near it,
he said timorously. Rebecca looked disappointed, but not quite disheartened. "That's pretty good," she said encouragingly. "You're warm, but not hot. There's a brook, but not a common brook. It has young trees and baby bushes on each side of it, and it's a shallow, chattering little brook, with a white sandy bottom and lots of little shiny pebbles. Whenever there's a bit of sunshine, the brook catches it, and it's always full of sparkles the livelong day. Don't your stomach feel hollow? Mine does. I was so 'fraid I'd miss the stage that I couldn't eat any breakfast."
"You'd better have your lunch, then. I don't eat nothin' till I get to Milltown. Then I get a piece of pie and cup of coffee."
"I wish I could see Milltown. I suppose it's bigger and grander even than Wareham. More like Paris. Miss Ross told me about Paris. She bought my pink sunshade there, and my bead purse. You see how it opens, with a snap? I've 20 cents in it, and it's got to last 3 months, for stamps and paper and ink. Mother says Aunt Mirandy won't want to buy things like those when she's feeding and clothing me and paying for my school books."
Paris ain't so great," said Mr. Cobb disparagingly. "It's the dullest place in the state of Maine. I've druv there many a time."
Again Rebecca was obliged to reprove Mr. Cobb, tacitly and quietly, but none the less surely, though the reproof was dealt with one glance, quickly sent and as quickly withdrawn. "But Paris is the capital of France, and you have to go to it on a boat," she said instructively. "It's in my geography, and it says, 'The French are a gay and polite people, fond of dancing and light wines.' I asked the teacher what light wines were, and he thought it was something like new cider, or maybe ginger pop. I can see Paris as plain as day by just shutting my eyes. The beautiful ladies are always gaily dancing around with pink sunshades and bead purses, and the grand gentlemen are politely dancing and drinking ginger pop. But you can see Milltown most every day with your eyes wide open," Rebecca said wistfully.
"Milltown ain't so great neither," replied Mr. Cobb, with the air of having visited all the cities of the earth and found them as naught. "Now you watch me heave this newspaper right onto Miss Brown's doorstep."
Piff! And the packet landed exactly as it was intended, on the corn-husk mat in front of the screen door. "Oh, how splendid that was!" cried Rebecca with enthusiasm. "Just like the knife-thrower Mark saw at the circus. I wish there was a long, long row of houses, each with a corn-husk mat and a screen door in the middle, and a newspaper to throw on every one."
"I might fail on some of 'em, you know," said Mr. Cobb, beaming with modest pride. "If your Aunt Mirandy'll let you, I'll take you down to Milltown some day this summer when the stage ain't full."
A thrill of delicious excitement ran through Rebecca's frame, from her new shoes up to the leghorn cap and down the black braid. She pressed Mr. Cobb's knee ardently, and said in a voice choking with tears of joy and astonishment, "Oh, it can't be true! It can't! To think I should see Milltown! It's like having a fairy godmother who asks you your wish and then gives it to you. Did you ever read Cinderella, or The Yellow Dwarf, or The Enchanted Frog, or The Fair One with Golden Locks?"
"No," said Mr. Cobb cautiously, after a moment's reflection. "I don't seem to think I ever did read just those particular ones. Where'd you get a chance at so much reading?"
"Oh, I've read lots of books," answered Rebecca casually. "Father's and Miss Ross's and all the different school teachers, and all in the Sunday school library. I've read The Lamplighter, and Scottish Chiefs, and Ivanhoe, and The Heir of Redcliffe, and Cora, the doctor's wife, and David Copperfield, and The Gold of Chicory, and Plutarch's Lives, and Thaddeus of Warsaw, and Pilgrim's Progress, and lots more. What have you read?"
"I've never happened to read those particular books, but land, I've read a sight in my time. Nowadays I'm so drove I get along with the Almanac, the Weekly Argus, and the Maine State Agriculturalist. There's the river again. This is the last long hill, and when we get to the top of it we'll see the chimblies of Riverboro in the distance. 'Tain't fur. I live about half a mile beyond the brick house myself."
Rebecca's hand stirred nervously in her lap, and she moved in her seat. "I didn't think I was going to be afraid," she said, almost under her breath. "But I guess I am, just a little mite, when you say it's coming so near."
"Would you go back?"
asked Mr. Cobb curiously. She flashed him an intrepid look, and then said proudly, "I'd never go back. I might be frightened, but I'd be ashamed to run. Going to Aunt Mirandy's is like coming down cellar in the dark. There might be ogres and giants under the stairs, but, as I tell Hannah, there might be elves and fairies and enchanted frogs. Is there a main street in the village, like that in Wareham?"
"I suppose you might call it a main street, and your Aunt Sawyer lives on it, but there ain't no stores nor mills, and it's an awful one-horse village. You have to go cross the river and get to our side if you want to see anything going on."
"I'm almost sorry," she sighed. "Because it would be so grand to drive down a real main street, sitting high up like this behind two splendid horses, with my pink sunshade up, and everybody in town wondering who the bunch of lilacs in the hair trunk belongs to. It would be just like the beautiful lady in the parade. Last summer the circus came to Temperance, and they had a procession in the morning. Mother let us all walk in and wheel Myra in the baby carriage, because we couldn't afford to go to the circus in the afternoon. And there were lovely horses and animals in cages, and clowns on horseback, and at the very end came a little red and gold chariot drawn by two ponies, and in it, sitting on a velvet cushion, was the snake charmer, all dressed in satin and spangles. She was so beautiful beyond compare, Mr. Cobb, that you had to swallow lumps in your throat when you looked at her, and little cold feelings crept up and down your back. Don't you know how I mean? Didn't you ever see anybody that made you feel like that?"
Mr. Cobb was more distinctly uncomfortable at this moment than he had been at any one time during the eventful morning, but he evaded the point dexterously by saying, "There ain't no harm, as I can see, in our making the grand entry in the biggest style we can. I'll take the whip out, set up straight, and drive fast. You hold your bouquet in your lap and open your little red parasol, and we'll just make the natives stare."
The child's face was radiant for a moment, but the glow faded just as quickly as she said, "I forgot. Mother put me inside, and maybe she'd want me to be there when I got to Aunt Mirandy's. Maybe I'd be more genteel inside, and then I wouldn't have to be jumped down and my clothes fly up, but would open the door and step down like a lady passenger. Would you please stop a minute, Mr. Cobb, and let me change?" The stage driver good-naturedly pulled up his horses, lifted the excited little creature down, opened the door, and helped her in, putting the lilacs and the pink sunshade beside her.
"We've had a great trip," he said, "and we've got real well acquainted, haven't we? You won't forget about Milltown?"
"Never!" she exclaimed fervently. "And you're sure you won't either?"
"Never. Cross my heart," bowed Mr. Cobb solemnly, as he remounted his perch. And as the stage rumbled down the village street between the green maples, those who looked from their windows saw a little brown elf in buff calico sitting primly on the back seat, holding a great bouquet tightly in one hand and a pink parasol in the other. Had they been far-sighted enough, they might have seen, when the stage turned into the side-door yard of the old brick house, a calico yoke rising and falling tempestuously over the beating heart beneath, the red color coming and going in two pale cheeks, and a mist of tears swimming in two brilliant dark eyes. Rebecca's journey had ended. "There's the stage turning into the Sawyer girls' dooryard," said Mrs. Perkins to her husband. "That must be the niece from up Temperance way. It seems they wrote to Aurelia and invited Hannah, the oldest, but Aurelia said she could spare Rebecca better, if it was all the same to Mirandy and Jane. So it's Rebecca that's come. She'll be good company for our Emma Jane, but I don't believe they'll keep her 3 months. She looks black as an Injun, what I can see of her. Black and kind of up and comin'. They used to say that one of the Randalls married a Spanish woman, somebody that was teaching music and languages at a boarding school. Lorenzo was dark-complected, you remember, and this child is too. Well, I don't know as Spanish blood is any real disgrace, not if it's a good ways back and the woman was respectable." End of Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm, Chapter 1, by Kate Douglas Wiggin. Read by The Story Girl.
Cleopatra, Chapter 1, by George Ebers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Gorgias, the architect, had learned to bear the scorching sunbeams of the Egyptian noonday. Though not yet 30, he had directed, first as his late father's assistant and afterwards as his successor, the construction of the huge buildings erected by Cleopatra in Alexandria. Now he was overwhelmed with commissions, yet he had come hither ere the hours of work were over, merely to oblige a youth who had barely passed the confines of boyhood. True, the person for whom he had made this sacrifice was Caesarion, the son whom Cleopatra had given to Julius Caesar. Antony had honored him with the proud title of King of Kings, yet he was permitted neither to rule nor even to issue orders, for his mother kept him aloof from affairs of state, and he himself had no desire to hold the scepter. Gorgias had granted his wish the more readily because it was apparent that he wanted to speak to him in private, though he had not the least idea what Caesarion desired to confide, and, under any circumstances, he could give him only a brief interview. The fleet, at whose head the queen had set sail with Mark Antony for Greece, must have already met Octavius's galleys, and doubtless a battle wherein the destiny of the world was decided had also been fought upon the land. Gorgias believed that the victory would fall to Antony and the queen, and wished the noble pair success with his whole heart. He was even obliged to act as if the battle had been already determined in their favor, for the architectural preparations for the reception of the conquerors were entrusted to his charge, and the very day must witness the decision of the location of the colossal statues which represented Antony hand in hand with his royal love. The epitrop Mardian, a eunuch who as regent represented Cleopatra, and Zeno, the keeper of the seal, who rarely opposed him, wished to have the piece of sculpture erected in a different place from the one he favored. The principal objection to the choice made by the powerful head of the government was that it had fallen on land owned by a private individual. This might lead to difficulties, and Gorgias opposed it. As an artist, too, he did not approve Mardian's plan, for though, on Didymus's land, the statues would have faced the sea, which the regent and the keeper of the seal regarded as very important, no fitting background could have been obtained. At any rate, the architect could now avail himself of Caesarion's invitation to overlook from the appointed place of meeting the lofty steps of the temple of Isis, the Bruchium, and seek the best place for the twin statues. He was anxious to select the most suitable one. The master who had created this work of art had been his friend, and had closed his eyes in death shortly after its completion. The sanctuary whence Gorgias commenced his survey was in one of the fairest portions of the Bruchium, the Alexandrian quarter, where stood the royal palace with its extensive annexes, the finest temples, except the Serapeum, situated in another part of the city, and the largest theatres. The Forum invited the council of Macedonian citizens to its assemblies, and the museum afforded a resort for the scholars. The little square closed in the east by the temple of Isis was called the Corner of the Muses, on account of the two marble statues of women before the entrance of the house, which, with its large garden facing the square northward and extending along the sea, belonged to Didymus, an old and highly respected scholar and member of the museum. The day had been hot, and the shade of the temple of Isis was very welcome to the architect. The sanctuary rested upon a lofty foundation, and a long flight of steps led to the cella. The spot afforded Gorgias a wide prospect. Most of the buildings within his vision belonged to the time of Alexander and his successors in the house of the Ptolemies, but some, and by no means the least stately, were the work of Gorgias himself or of his father. The artist's heart swelled with enthusiastic delight at the sight of this portion of his native city. He had been in Rome and visited many other places numbered among the world's fairest and most populous cities, but not one contained so many superb works of art crowded together in so small a space. If one of the immortals themselves, he murmured, should strive to erect for the inhabitants of Olympus a quarter meet for their grandeur and beauty, it could scarcely be much more superb or better fitted to satisfy the artistic needs which we possess as their gift, and it would surely be placed on the shore of such a sea. While speaking, he shaded his keen eyes with his hand. The architect, who usually devoted his whole attention to the single object that claimed his notice, now permitted himself the pleasure of enjoying the entire picture in whose finishing touches he had himself borne a part, and, as his practised eye perceived in every temple and colonnade the studied and finished harmony of form, the admirable grouping of various buildings and statues, he said to himself, with a sigh of satisfaction, that his own art was the noblest, and building the highest of royal pleasures. No doubt this belief was shared by the princes who, 3 centuries before, had endeavored to obtain an environment for their palaces which should correspond with their vast power and overflowing wealth, and at the same time give tangible expression to their reverence for the gods and their delight in art and beauty. No royal race in the universe could boast a more magnificent abode. These thoughts passed through Gorgias's mind as the deep azure hue of sea and sky blended with the sunlight to bring into the strongest relief all that the skill and brains of man, aided by exhaustless resources, had here created. Waiting, usually a hard task for the busy architect, became a pleasure in this spot. For the rays streaming lavishly in all directions from the diadem of the sovereign sun flooded with dazzling radiance the thousands of white marble statues on the temples and colonnades, and were reflected from the surfaces of the polished granite of the obelisks and the equally smooth walls of the white, yellow, or green marble, the syenite, and the brown speckled porphyry of sanctuaries and palaces. They seemed to be striving to melt the bright mosaic pictures which covered every foot of the ground, where no highway intersected and no tree shaded it, and flashed back again from the glimmering metal or the smooth glaze in the gay tiles on the roofs of the temples and houses. Here they glittered on the metal ornaments, yonder they seemed to be trying to rival the brilliancy of the gilded domes, to lend to the superb green of the tarnished bronze surfaces the sparkling lustre of the emerald, or to transform the blue and red lines of the white marble temples into lapis lazuli and coral, and their gilded decorations into topaz. The pictures in the mosaic pavement of the squares and on the inner walls of the colonnades were doubly effective against the light masses of marble surrounding them, which in their turn were indebted to the pictures for affording the eye an attractive variety instead of dazzling monotony. Here the light of the weltering sun enhanced the brilliancy of color in the flags and streamers which fluttered beside the obelisks and Egyptian pylons, over the triumphal arches and the gates of the temples and palaces. Yet even the exquisite purplish blue of the banner waving above the palace on the peninsula of Lochias, now occupied by Cleopatra's children, was surpassed by the hue of the sea, whose deep azure near the shore merged far away into bands of lighter and darker blue, blending with dull or whitish green. Gorgias was accustomed to grasp fully whatever he permitted to influence him, and though still loyal to his custom of associating with his art every remarkable work of the gods or man, he had not forgotten in his enjoyment of the familiar scene the purpose of his presence in this spot. No, the garden of Didymus was not the proper place for his friend's last work. While gazing at the lofty plane, sycamore, and mimosa trees which surrounded the old scholar's home, the quiet square below him suddenly became astir with noisy life, for all classes of the populace were gathering in front of the sequestered house, as if some unusual spectacle attracted them. What could they want of the secluded philosopher? Gorgias gazed earnestly at them, but soon turned away again. A gay voice from below called his name. A singular procession had approached the temple, a small body of armed men, led by a short, stout fellow, whose big head, covered with bushy curls, was crowned with a laurel wreath. He was talking eagerly to a young man, but had paused with the others in front of the sanctuary to greet the architect. The latter shouted a few pleasant words in reply. The laurel-crowned figure made a movement as if he intended to join him, but his companion checked him, and, after a short parley, the older man gave the younger one his hand, flung his heavy head back, and strutted onward like a peacock, followed by his whole train. The other looked after him, shrugging his shoulders, then called to Gorgias, asking what boon he desired from the goddess. "Your presence," replied the architect blithely. "Then Isis will show herself gracious to you," was the answer, and the next instant the two young men cordially grasped each other's hands. Both were equally tall and well-formed. The features bore witness to their Greek origin. Nay, they might have been taken for brothers, had not the architect's whole appearance seemed sturdier and plainer than that of his companion, whom he called Dion and friend. As the latter heaped merry sarcasms upon the figure wearing the laurel wreath who had just left him, Anaxenor, the famous zither player, on whom Antony had bestowed the revenues of 4 cities and permission to keep bodyguard, and Gorgias' deeper voice sometimes assented, sometimes opposed with sensible objections, the difference between two men of the same age and race became clearly apparent. Both showed a degree of self-reliance unusual at their age, but the architect's was the assurance which a man gains by toil and his own merit. Dion's that which is bestowed by large possession and a high position in society. Those who were ignorant that the weight of Dion's carefully prepared speech had more than once turned the scale of the city councils would probably have been disposed to take him for one of the careless worldlings who had no lack of representatives among the gilded youth of Alexandria, while the architect's whole exterior, from his keen eye to the stouter leather of his sandals, revealed earnest purpose and unassuming ability. Their friendship had commenced when Gorgias built a new palace for Dion. During long business association, people become well acquainted, even though their conversations relate solely to direction and execution. But in this case, he who gave the orders had been only the inspirer and adviser, the architect the warm-hearted friend, eager to do his utmost to realize what hovered before the other's mind as the highest attainable excellence. So the two young men became first dear and finally almost indispensable to each other. As the architect discovered in the wealthy man of the world many qualities whose existence he had not suspected, the latter was agreeably surprised to find in the artist, associated with his solidity of character, a jovial companion, who, this first made him really beloved by his friend, had no lack of weaknesses. When the palace was completed to Dion's satisfaction and became one of the most lauded ornaments of the city, the young men's friendship assumed a new form, and it would have been difficult to say which received the most benefit. Dion had just been stopped by the zither player to ask for confirmation of the tidings that the united forces of Antony and Cleopatra had gained a great victory on sea and land. In the eating house of Canopus, where he had breakfast, everyone was full of the joyful news, and rivers of wine had been drunk to the health of the victors and the destruction of the malicious foe. "In these days," cried Dion, "not only weak-brained fellows, like the zither player, believe me omniscient, but many sensible men also. And why? Because, forsooth, I am the nephew of Zeno, the keeper of the seal, who is on the brink of despair, because he himself knows nothing, not even the veriest trifle." "Yet he stands nearest to the regent," observed Gorgias, "and must learn, if anyone does, how the fleet fares." "You too?" sighed his friend. "Had I been standing so far above the ground as you, the architect, by dog, I should not have failed to note the quarter whence the wind blew. It has been southerly a whole fortnight, and keeps back the galleys coming from the north. The regent knows nothing, absolutely nothing, and my uncle, of course, no more. But if they do learn anything, they will be shrewd enough not to enrich me with it." "True, there are other rumors afloat," said the architect thoughtfully. "If I were in Mardian's place—" "Thank the Olympians that you are not," laughed his companion. He has as many cares as a fish has scales, and one, the greatest. That pert young Antyllus was over ready with his tongue yesterday at Barini's. Poor fellow, he'll have to answer for it to his tutor at home. You mean the remark about the queen's accompanying the fleet? St, said Dion, putting his finger to his lips, for many men and women were now ascending the temple steps. Several carried flowers and cakes, and the features of most expressed joyful emotion. The news of the victory had reached their ears, and they wanted to offer sacrifices to the goddess whom Cleopatra, the new Isis, preferred to all others. The first courtyard of the sanctuary was astir with life. They could hear the ringing of the sistrum bells and the murmuring chant of the priests. The quiet forecourt of the little temple of the goddess, which here, in the Greek quarter of palaces, had as few visitors as the great temple of Isis in the Rhakotis, was overcrowded, and had now become the worst possible rendezvous for men who stood so near the rulers of government. The remark made about the queen the evening before by Antyllus, Antony's 19-year-old son, at the house of Barine, a beautiful young woman who attracted all the prominent men in Alexandria, was the more imprudent because it coincided with the opinion of all the wisest heads. The reckless youth enthusiastically reverenced his father, but Cleopatra, the object of Antony's love, and, in the Egyptians' eyes, his wife, was not Antyllus's mother. He was the son of Fulvia, his father's first wife, and feeling himself a Roman, would have preferred 1,000 times to live on the banks of the Tiber. Besides, it was certain, Antony's staunchest friends made no attempt to conceal the fact, that the queen's presence with the army exerted a disturbing influence, and could not fail to curb the daring courage of the brave general. Antyllus, with the reckless frankness inherited from his father, had expressed this view in the presence of all Barine's guests, and in a form which would be only too quickly spread throughout Alexandria, whose inhabitants relished such speeches. These remarks would be slow in reaching the plain people who were attracted to the temple by the news of the victory, yet many doubtless knew Caesarion, whom the architect was awaiting here. It would be wiser to meet the prince at the foot of the steps. Both men, therefore, went down to the square, though the crowd seeking the temple and thronging the space before Didymus's house made it more and more difficult to pace to and fro. They were anxious to learn whether the rumor that Didymus's garden was to be taken for the twin statues had already spread abroad, and their first questions revealed that this was the case. It was even stated that the old sage's house was to be torn down, and within a few hours. This was vehemently contradicted, but a tall, scrawny man seemed to have undertaken to defend the ruler's violence. The friends knew him well. It was the Syrian Philostratus, a clever extempore speaker and agitator of the people, who placed his clever tongue at the disposal of the highest bidder. "The rascal is probably now in my uncle's employ," said Dion. "The idea of putting the piece of sculpture there originated with him, and it is difficult to turn him from such plans. There is some secret object to be gained here. That is why they have brought Philostratus. I wonder if the conspiracy is connected in any way with Barine, whose husband, unfortunately for her, he was before he cast her off." "Cast her off!" exclaimed Gorgias wrathfully. "How that sounds! True, he did it, but to persuade him the poor woman sacrificed half the fortune her father had earned by his brush. You know well as I that life with that scoundrel would be unbearable." "Very true," replied Dion quietly. But as all Alexandria melted into admiration, after her singing of the Yalemos at the Adonis festival, she no longer needed her contemptible consort. "How can you take pleasure, whenever it is possible, in casting such slurs upon a woman whom but yesterday you called blameless, charming, and peerless? That the light she sheds may not dazzle your eyes, I know how sensitive they are." "Then spare instead of irritating them. Besides, your suggestion gives food for thought. Barine is the granddaughter of the man whose garden they want, and the advocate would probably be glad to injure both. But I'll spoil his game. It is my business to choose the site for the statues." Yours, replied Dion, unless someone who is more powerful opposes you. I would try to win my uncle, but there are others superior to him. The queen has gone, it is true, but Iris, whose commands do not die away in empty air, told me this morning that she had her own ideas about the erection of the statue. Then you bring Philostratus here, cried the architect. I? Asked the other in amazement. You, asserted Gorgias. Did not you say that Iris, with whom you played when a boy, is now becoming troublesome by watching your every step? And then you visit Barine constantly, and she so evidently prefers you, that the fact might easily reach the ears of Iris. As Argus has 100, jealousy has 1,000 eyes, interrupted Dion. Yet I seek nothing from Barine, save 2 pleasant hours when the day is drawing towards its close. No matter. Iris, I suppose, heard that I was favored by this much admired woman. Iris herself has some little regard for me, so she bought Philostratus. She is willing to pay something for the sake of injuring the woman who stands between us, or the old man who has the good or evil fortune of being her rival's grandfather. No, that would be too base. And believe me, if Iris desired to ruin Barine, she need not make so long a circuit. Besides, she is not really a wicked woman. Or is she? All I know is that where any advantage is to be gained for the queen, she does not shrink even from doubtful means, and also that the hours speed swiftly for anyone in her society. Yes, Iris. I like to utter the name. Yet I do not love her, and she loves only herself and, a thing few can say, another still more. What is the world? What am I to her, compared with the queen, the idol of her heart? Since Cleopatra's departure, Iris seems like the forsaken Ariadne, or a young roe which has strayed from its mother. But stop! She may have a hand in the game. The queen trusted her as if she were her sister, her daughter. No one knows what she and Charmian are to her. They are called waiting women, but are their sovereign's dearest friends. When, on the departure of the fleet, Cleopatra was compelled to leave Iris here, she was ill with a fever. She gave her the charge of her children, even those whose beards were beginning to grow, the King of Kings, Caesarion, whose tutor punishes him for every act of disobedience, and the unruly lad Antyllus, who has forced his way the last few evenings into our friend's house. Antony, his own father, introduced him to her. Very true, and Antyllus took Caesarion there. This vexed Iris, like everything which may disturb the queen. Barine is troublesome on account of Cleopatra, whom she wishes to spare every annoyance, and perhaps she dislikes her a little for my sake. Now she wants to inflict on the old man, Barine's grandfather, whom she loves, some injury which the spoiled, imprudent woman will scarcely accept quietly, and which will rouse her to commit some folly that can be used against her. Iris will hardly seek her life, but she may have in mind exile or something of that kind. She knows people as well as I know her, my neighbor and playmate, whom many a time I was obliged to lift down from some tree into which the child had climbed as nimbly as a kitten. I myself suggested this conjecture, yet I cannot credit her with such unworthy intrigues, cried Gorgias. Credit her, repeated Dion, shrugging his shoulders. I only transport myself in the imagination to the court, and to the soul of the woman who helps make rain and sunshine there. You have columns rounded and beams hewed, that they may afterwards support the roof to which in due time you wish to direct attention. She and all who have a voice in the management of court affairs look first at the roof and then seek anything to raise and support it, though it should be corpses, ruined lives, and broken hearts. The point is that the roof shall stand until the architect, the queen, sees and approves it. As to the rest, but there is the carriage. It doubtless brings... You were... He paused, laid his hand on his friend's arm, and whispered hastily, Iris is undoubtedly at the bottom of this, and it is not Antyllus, but yonder dreaming lad, for whom she is moving. When she spoke of the statues just now, she asked in the same breath where I had seen him on the evening of the day before yesterday, and that was the very time he called on Barine. The plot was made by her, and Iris is doing all the work. The mouse is not caught while the trap is closed, and she is just raising her little hand to open it." "If only she did not use some man's hand," replied the architect wrathfully, and then turned towards the carriage and the elderly man who had just left it, and was now approaching the two friends. End of chapter 1 of Cleopatra by George Ebers.
The Custom of the Country, Chapter 1, by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "Undine Spragg, how can you?" her mother wailed, raising a prematurely wrinkled hand heavy with rings to defend the note which a languid bell-boy had just brought in. But her defence was as feeble as her protest, and she continued to smile on her visitor, while Miss Spragg, with a turn of her quick young fingers, possessed herself of the missive and withdrew to the window to read it. "I guess it's meant for me," she merely threw over her shoulder at her mother. "Did you ever, Mrs. Heeny?" Mrs. Spragg murmured with deprecating pride. Mrs. Heeny, a stout, professional-looking person in a waterproof, her rusty veil thrown back, and a shabby alligator bag at her feet, followed the mother's glance with good-humoured approval. "I never met with a lovelier form," she agreed, answering the spirit rather than the letter of her hostess's enquiry. Mrs. Spragg and her visitor were enthroned in two heavy gilt armchairs in one of the private drawing-rooms of the Hotel Stentorian. The Spragg rooms were known as one of the Louis suites, and the drawing-room walls, above their wainscoting of highly varnished mahogany, were hung with salmon-pink damask and adorned with oval portraits of Marie Antoinette and the Princesse de Lamballe. In the centre of the florid carpet, a gilt table with a top of Mexican onyx sustained a palm in a gilt basket tied with a pink bow. But for this ornament, and a copy of The Hound of the Baskervilles which lay beside it, the room showed no traces of human use, and Mrs. Spragg herself wore as complete an air of detachment as if she had been a wax figure in a show window. Her attire was fashionable enough to justify such a post, and her pale, soft-cheeked face, with puffy eyelids and drooping mouth, suggested a partially melted wax figure which had run to double chin. Mrs. Heeny, in comparison, had a reassuring look of solidity and reality. The planting of her firm black bulk in its chair, and the grasp of her broad red hands on the gilt arms, bespoke an organized and self-reliant activity, accounted for by the fact that Mrs. Heeny was a society manicure and masseuse. Toward Mrs. Spragg and her daughter she filled the double role of manipulator and friend, and it was in the latter capacity that, her day's task ended, she had dropped in for a moment to cheer up the lonely ladies of the Stentorian. The young girl whose form had won Mrs. Heeny's professional commendation suddenly shifted its lovely lines as she turned back from the window. "Here, you can have it after all," she said, crumpling the note and tossing it with a contemptuous gesture into her mother's lap. "Why, isn't it from Mr. Popple?" Mrs. Spragg exclaimed unguardedly. "No, it isn't. What made you think I thought it was?" snapped her daughter, but the next instant she added, with an outbreak of childish disappointment, "It's only from Mr. Marvell's sister. At least she says she's his sister." Mrs. Spragg, with a puzzled frown, groped for her eyeglass among the jet fringes of her tightly girded front. Mrs. Heeny's small blue eyes shot out sparks of curiosity. "Marvell? What Marvell is that?" The girl explained languidly. "A little fellow. I think Mr. Popple said his name was Ralph," while her mother continued, "Undine met them both last night at that party downstairs, and from something Mr. Popple said to her about going to one of the new plays, she thought—" "How on earth do you know what I thought?" Undine flashed back, her grey eyes darting warnings at her mother under their straight black brows. "Why, you said you thought—" Mrs. Spragg began reproachfully, but Mrs. Heeny, heedless of their bickerings, was pursuing her own train of thought. "What Popple? Claude Walsingham Popple, the portrait painter?" "Yes, I suppose so. He said he'd like to paint me. Mabel Lipscomb introduced him. I don't care if I never see him again," the girl said, bathed in angry pink. "Do you know him, Mrs. Heeny?" Mrs. Spragg inquired. "I should say I did. I manicured him for his first society portrait, a full length of Mrs. Harmon B. Driscoll." Mrs. Heeny smiled indulgently on her hearers. "I know everybody. If they don't know me, they ain't in, and Claude Walsingham Popple's in it. But he ain't nearly as in it," she continued judicially, "as Ralph Marvell, the little fellow, as you call him." Undine Spragg, at the word, swept round on the speaker with one of the quick turns that revealed her youthful flexibility. She was always doubling and twisting on herself, and every movement she made seemed to start at the nape of her neck, just below the lifted roll of reddish gold hair, and flow without a break through her whole slim length to the tips of her fingers and the points of her slender restless feet. "Why, do you know the Marvells? Are they stylish?" she asked. Mrs. Heeny gave the discouraged gesture of a pedagogue who has vainly striven to implant the rudiments of knowledge in a rebellious mind. "Why, Undine Spragg, I've told you all about them, time and time again. His mother was a Dagonet. They live with old Urban Dagonet down in Washington Square." To Mrs. Spragg this conveyed even less than to her daughter. "Way down there? Why do they live with somebody else? Haven't they got the means to have a home of their own?" Undine's perceptions were more rapid, and she fixed her eyes searchingly on Mrs. Heeny. "Do you mean to say Mr. Marvell's as swell as Mr. Popple?" "As swell? Why, Claude Walsingham Popple ain't in the same class with him." The girl was upon her mother with a spring, snatching and smoothing out the crumpled note. "Laura Fairford, is that the sister's name?" "Mrs. Henley Fairford, yes. What does she write about?" Undine's face lit up as if a shaft of sunset had struck it through the triple-curtained windows of the Stentorian. "She says she wants me to dine with her next Wednesday. Isn't it queer? Why does she want me? She's never seen me." Her tone implied that she had long been accustomed to being wanted by those who had. Mrs. Heeny laughed. "He saw you, didn't he?" "Who? Ralph Marvell? Why, of course he did. Mr. Popple brought him to the party here last night." "Well, there you are. When a young man in society wants to meet a girl again, he gets his sister to ask her." Undine stared at her incredulously. "How queer! But they haven't all got sisters, have they? It must be fearfully poky for the ones that haven't." "They get their mothers, or their married friends," said Mrs. Heeny omnisciently. "Married gentlemen?" enquired Mrs. Spragg, slightly shocked, but genuinely desirous of mastering her lesson. "Mercy, no. Married ladies." "But are there never any gentlemen present?" pursued Mrs. Spragg, feeling that if this were the case Undine would certainly be disappointed. "Present where? At their dinners? Of course. Mrs. Fairford gives the smartest little dinners in town. There was an account of one she gave last week in this morning's Town Talk. I guess it's right here among my clippings." Mrs. Heeny, swooping down on her bag, drew from it a handful of newspaper cuttings, which she spread on her ample lap and proceeded to sort with a moistened forefinger. "Here," she said, holding one of the slips at arm's length, and throwing back her head she read, in a slow unpunctuated chant, "Mrs. Henley Fairford gave another of her natty little dinners last Wednesday as usual. It was smart, small, and exclusive. There was much gnashing of teeth among the left-outs as Madame Olga Luskova gave some of her new step dances after dinner. That's the French for new dance steps," Mrs. Heeny concluded, thrusting the documents back into her bag. "Do you know Mrs. Fairford too?" Undine asked eagerly, while Mrs. Spragg, impressed but anxious for facts, pursued, "Does she reside on Fifth Avenue?" "No, she has a little house in 38th Street, down beyond Park Avenue." The ladies' faces drooped again, and the masseuse went on promptly. "But they're glad enough to have her in the big houses. Why, yes, I know her," she said, addressing herself to Undine. I masked her for a sprained ankle a couple of years ago. She's got a lovely manner, but no conversation. Some of my patients converse exquisitely," Mrs. Heeny added with discrimination. Undine was brooding over the note. "It is written to Mother, Mrs. Abner E. Spragg. I never saw anything so funny. Will you allow your daughter to dine with me? Allow? Is Mrs. Fairford peculiar?" "No, you are," said Mrs. Heeny bluntly. "Don't you know it's the thing in the best society to pretend that girls can't do anything without their mother's permission? You just remember that, Undine. You mustn't accept invitations from gentlemen without you say you've got to ask your mother first." "Mercy! But how will Mother know what to say?" "Why, she'll say what you tell her to, of course. You'd better tell her you want to dine with Mrs. Fairford," Mrs. Heeny added humorously, as she gathered her waterproof together and stooped for her bag. "Have I got to write the note, then?" Mrs. Spragg asked with rising agitation. Mrs. Heeny reflected. "Why, no, I guess Undine can write it as if it was from you. Mrs. Fairford don't know your writing." This was an evident relief to Mrs. Spragg, and as Undine swept to her room with the note, her mother sank back, murmuring plaintively, "Oh, don't go yet, Mrs. Heeny. I haven't seen a human being all day, and I can't seem to find anything to say to that French maid." Mrs. Heeny looked at her hostess with friendly compassion. She was well aware that she was the only bright spot on Mrs. Spragg's horizon. Since the Spraggs some 2 years previously had moved from Apex City to New York, they had made little progress in establishing relations with their new environment, and when, about 4 months earlier, Mrs. Spragg's doctor had called in Mrs. Heeny to minister professionally to his patient, he had done more for her spirit than for her body. Mrs. Heeny had such cases before. She knew the rich helpless family, stranded in lonely splendour in a sumptuous West Side hotel, with a father compelled to seek a semblance of social life at the hotel bar, and a mother deprived of even this contact with her kind, and reduced to illness by boredom and inactivity. Poor Mrs. Spragg had done her own washing in her youth, but since her rising fortunes had made this occupation unsuitable, she had sunk into the relative inertia which the ladies of Apex City regarded as one of the prerogatives of affluence. At Apex, however, she had belonged to a social club, and until they moved to the Mealey House, had been kept busy by the incessant struggle with domestic cares, whereas New York seemed to offer no field for any form of ladylike activity. She therefore took her exercise vicariously, with Mrs. Heeny's help, and Mrs. Heeny knew how to manipulate her imagination as well as her muscles. It was Mrs. Heeny who peopled the solitude of the long ghostly days with lively anecdotes of the Van Degens, the Driscolls, the Chauncey Ellings, and other social potentates whose least doings Mrs. Spragg and Undine had followed from afar in the Apex papers, and who had come to seem so much more remote since only the width of the Central Park divided mother and daughter from their Olympian portals. Mrs. Spragg had no ambition for herself. She seemed to have transferred her whole personality to her child, but she was passionately resolved that Undine should have what she wanted, and she sometimes fancied that Mrs. Heeny, who crossed those sacred thresholds so familiarly, might some day gain admission for Undine. "Well, I'll stay a little longer if you want, and supposing I was to rub up your nails while we're talking? It'll be more sociable," the masseuse suggested, lifting her bag to the table and covering its shiny onyx surface with bottles and polishers. Mrs. Spragg consentingly slipped the rings from her small mottled hands. It was soothing to feel herself in Mrs. Heeny's grasp, and though she knew the attention would cost her $3, she was secure in the sense that Abner wouldn't mind. It had been clear to Mrs. Spragg, ever since their rather precipitate departure from Apex City, that Abner was resolved not to mind, resolved at any cost to see through the New York adventure. It seemed likely now that the cost would be considerable. They had lived in New York for 2 years without any social benefit to their daughter, and it was of course for that purpose that they had come. If at the time there had been other and more pressing reasons, they were such as Mrs. Spragg and her husband never touched on, even in the gilded privacy of their bedroom at the Stentorian, and so completely had silence closed in on the subject that to Mrs. Spragg it had become non-existent. She really believed that, as Abner put it, They had left Apex because Undine was too big for the place. She seemed as yet, poor child, too small for New York, actually imperceptible to its heedless multitudes, and her mother trembled for the day when her invisibility should be borne in on her. Mrs. Spragg did not mind the long delay for herself. She had stores of lymphatic patience. But she had noticed lately that Undine was beginning to be nervous, and there was nothing that Undine's parents dreaded so much as her being nervous. Mrs. Spragg's maternal apprehensions unconsciously escaped in her next words. "I do hope she'll quiet down now," she murmured, feeling quieter herself as her hand sank into Mrs. Heeny's roomy palm. "Who's that? Undine?" "Yes, she seemed so set on that Mr. Popple's coming round. From the way he acted last night she thought he'd be sure to come round this morning. She's so lonesome, poor child. I can't say as I blame her." "Oh, he'll come round. Things don't happen as quick as that in New York," said Mrs. Heeny, driving her nail-polisher cheerily. Mrs. Spragg sighed again. "They don't appear to. They say New Yorkers are always in a hurry, but I can't say as they've hurried much to make our acquaintance." Mrs. Heeny drew back to study the effect of her work. "You wait, Mrs. Spragg, you wait. If you go too fast, you sometimes have to rip out the whole seam." "Oh, that's so, that's so," Mrs. Spragg exclaimed, with a tragic emphasis that made the masseuse glance up at her. "Of course it's so, and it's more so in New York than anywhere. The wrong set's like fly paper. Once you're in it, you can pull and pull, but you're never out of it again." Undine's mother heaved another and more helpless sigh. "I wish you'd tell Undine that, Mrs. Heeny." "Oh, I guess Undine's all right. A girl like her can afford to wait. And if young Marvell's really taken with her, she'll have the run of the place in no time." This solacing thought enabled Mrs. Spragg to yield herself unreservedly to Mrs. Heeny's ministrations, which were prolonged for a happy confidential hour, and she had just bidden the masseuse good-bye, and was restoring the rings to her fingers, when the door opened to admit her husband. Mr. Spragg came in silently, setting his high hat down on the centre table, and laying his overcoat across one of the gilt chairs. He was tallish, grey-bearded, and somewhat stooping, with the slack figure of the sedentary man who would be stout if he were not dyspeptic, and his cautious grey eyes with pouch-like underlids had straight black brows like his daughter's. His thin hair was worn a little too long over his coat-collar, and a Masonic emblem dangled from the heavy gold chain which crossed his crumpled black waistcoat. He stood still in the middle of the room, casting a slow, pioneering glance about its gilded void. Then he said gently, "Well, mother?" Mrs. Spragg remained seated, but her eyes dwelt on him affectionately. "Undine's been asked out to a dinner-party, and Mrs. Heeny says it's to one of the first families. It's the sister of one of the gentlemen that Mabel Lipscomb introduced her to last night." There was a mild triumph in her tone, for it was owing to her insistence and Undine's that Mr. Spragg had been induced to give up the house they had bought in West End Avenue and move with his family to the Stentorian. Undine had early decided that they could not hope to get on while they kept house. All the fashionable people she knew either boarded or lived in hotels. Mrs. Spragg was easily induced to take the same view, but Mr. Spragg had resisted, being at the moment unable either to sell his house or to let it as advantageously as he had hoped. After the move was made, it seemed for a time as though he had been right, and the first social steps would be as difficult to make in a hotel as in one's own house, and Mrs. Spragg was therefore eager to have him know that Undine really owed her first invitation to a meeting under the roof of the Stentorian. "You see, we were right to come here, Abner," she added, and he presently rejoined, "I guess you two always manage to be right." But his face remained unsmiling, and instead of seating himself and lighting his cigar as he usually did before dinner, he took 2 or 3 aimless turns about the room, and then paused in front of his wife. "What's the matter? Anything wrong downtown?" she asked, her eyes reflecting his anxiety. Mrs. Spragg's knowledge of what went on downtown was of the most elementary kind, but her husband's face was the barometer in which she had long been accustomed to read the leave to go on unrestrictedly, or the warning to pause and abstain till the coming storm should be weathered. He shook his head. No, nothing worse than what I can see to, if you and Undine will go steady for a while. He paused and looked across the room at his daughter's door. Where is she? Out? I guess she's in her room, going over her dresses with that French maid. I don't know as she's got anything fit to wear to that dinner, Mrs. Spragg added in a tentative murmur. Mr. Spragg smiled at last. Well, I guess she will have, he said prophetically. He glanced again at his daughter's door, as if to make sure of its being shut. Then, standing close before his wife, he lowered his voice to say, I saw Elmer Moffatt downtown today. Oh, Abner! A wave of almost physical apprehension passed over Mrs. Spragg. Her jewelled hands trembled in her black brocade lap, and the pulpy curves of her face collapsed as if it were a pricked balloon. Oh, Abner! She moaned again, her eyes also on her daughter's door. Mr. Spragg's black eyebrows gathered in an angry frown, but it was evident that his anger was not against his wife. What's the good of Abnering? Melmer Moffatt's nothing to us, no more'n if we never laid eyes on him. No, I know it, but what's he doing here? Did you speak to him? She faltered. He slipped his thumbs into his waistcoat pockets. No, I guess Elmer and I are pretty well talked out. Mrs. Spragg took up her moan. Don't you tell her you saw him, Abner. I'll do as you say, but she may meet him herself. Oh, I guess not in this new set she's going with. Don't tell her anyhow. He turned away, feeling for one of the cigars which he always carried loose in his pocket, and his wife, rising, stole after him and laid her hand on his arm. He can't do anything to her, can he? Do anything to her? He swung about furiously. I'd like to see him touch her, that's all. End of The Custom of the Country, Chapter 1, by Edith Wharton. Read by Elizabeth Klett.